day, and welcome back to the continuation of our historical chronology playthroughs. And yeah, we're gonna dive back into Assassin's Creed with Assassin's Creed Unity, which, believe it or not, we actually started almost 2 months ago when we played Assassin's Creed 3 and kind of like took a bit of a interlude, I guess, between AC Rogue and Unity in the year 1776 when Shay goes to Paris and kills Arno's father. So we already played a little bit of a game, like the early part with Arno being a kid. But yeah, now we're jumping 13 years forward to the year 1789, which of course is also the year of the start of the French Revolution. And yeah, we're now gonna play as adult Arno, just moments before the outbreak of revolution and before him joining the Assassin Brotherhood. And similar to the colonial Assassin's Creed games, we're gonna keep the approach for doing all the missions in historical order, of course. For that, I've also worked out a very specific and precise order of events, placing the missions when they were most likely to happen. And yeah, we're also gonna try to achieve full synchronization in missions, going for the mission objectives, and also playing without fast traveling. So we're gonna really explore the city, and that will also increase our likelihood of encountering more database entries in regards to buildings and yeah, historical events. So that is a plan. But yeah, technically our third stream of a game, since we divided the Arno Child parts or part into 2 parts and placing Rogue in between. But yeah, this is of course our first proper Unity stream with you know, actual like full-on gameplay and all that. But yeah, hello there Dex, welcome in, and good morning. Hello there Schiller, ahoy to you. And yeah, I'm doing quite good. Having a nice chill day over here, looking forward to get back into this game. Been a while actually since I've done my last playthrough of this game too. And yeah, I think the French Revolution is a super fascinating time in history. So I always really like taking a deep dive into the you know, database and yeah, learning all about it. As you can see, 0% total progress. Because we only played as child Arno so far. But yeah, let's go back. The 5th of May, 89. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like setting us back to this point then. I did exit out of the game when we take or we have a cutscene happening for adult Arno. But yeah, I didn't save it. That's fine. It's like the moment just before we switch to adult Arno.
Monsieur, if we judge nations by the character of their criminals, we should all be called
Elise.
Father?
Come here, girl, now.
Father?
Come away, boy.
Arno. Arno. Look at me.
Just gonna treat this as a memory of Arnaud in 89.
Can't win fairly at cards, so you stoop to thieving, you bastard!
Calm down, Victor. I've only come for my watch.
It's my watch. I want it fairly.
Well, in a just world, Victor, I would agree with you, but this is not a just world. This is France.
You're a dead man.
Oh, step lightly there. You'll hurt yourself. I just had a nice chat with your brother.
You go. Fetch the marshals.
Hold on a minute. Diable.
Oh, got it, Victor.
Diable.
I say.
Sorry.
Yes, we can't be tackled.
Pardon, madam.
And we have to pass under and over objects.
Gentlemen, please, we can come to an understanding. Please, excuse him. He's not housebroken. Thick-headed blacksmith like you probably can't even read or watch.
Come over here and say that.
No.
Get back here! Au voleur! Emparez-vous de lui!
Keeping up? Shall I call a break?
Jesus, what's with the stuttering of the game, bro? Let me check something real quick. Let's go full screen. I think the game might be struggling with borderless full screen here while streaming. Oh yeah, that looks a lot better and smoother. I was like, what the heck is happening? Pava is no more, Arnaud. Yeah. That's such a well directed scene, I think. Just like the pure shock on Arnaud, like unable to do anything, to say anything. And Monsieur de la Serre kind of like pulling him out of that moment. But yeah. Of the first Assassin's Creed protagonist to have a deep childhood trauma. Okay, so first things first, let's investigate the database with people. Arnaud, Victor, Dorian. It's always interesting they call him Dorian because, you know, just reading the name in like a French context, you would think it's like Dorian or something. Born to Charles and Marie Dorian in 1768, Arnaud appears to have spent most of his early childhood traveling around Europe and North Africa with his father, his mother having left after what was described as a philosophical difference. Philosophical difference here can be taken to mean found out her husband killed people for political reasons. I imagine she was very keen to consciously uncouple from that guy as quickly as possible. Arnaud drops out of the historical record until the mid-1780s, when his name comes up in several dispatches from the Marshalsea in and around Versailles. Fragmented records identify him as a prisoner in the Bastille in 1789, but he wasn't among the prisoners liberated when the fortress was stormed. The only other direct references to Arno Dorian are in the journals of Napoleon, in entries dated August 92 and October 95 and May 1808. I'm still working to dig up more details on Arno's relationship to Napoleon. Suffice to say, they had an interesting friendship, in the way that a philosophical difference can be interesting. Hello there, Mr. Gordy, welcome in. And hello there, Dr. Darling, welcome in as well. Assassin's Creed Baguette, indeed. A counterpiece to Clair Obscur. Also, thank you for the 10 stream streak. For some reason, my chat didn't update itself when I have the game open. Let me test something. Great. What the fuck? So if I have a game running in full screen, my chat box, like my chat that I have opened, doesn't update. Which is really stupid because my other OBS things are getting updated, like my preview. What the heck? Okay, let me just reload my chat box maybe. One second. Yeah, doesn't work. The soundbits they play for me, but you probably didn't hear it so well because yeah, I was talking at the same time, and that lowers the rest of the sound of the system. I did hear them though, but just in case it didn't work for you, let me do like a test one.
A letter.
There's a letter here.
You did hear that, right? What if you do windowless full screen? Yeah, so I started the game in windowless full screen, but the game actually performs horribly. Like it's stuttering and is pretty low FPS if you don't run it in exclusive full screen. So that's why I just switched to exclusive full screen. But yeah, that means my chat box isn't being updated for some reason if I'm full screen. What I'm gonna try is I'm just gonna open up the chat from Twitch directly, like pop it out, and see if that works. Okay, that does. So I guess it's kind of like an OBS Unity interaction that makes it so. Fair enough. I mean, I don't mind just using the pop-out chat. But yeah, the game running smoothly is more important. Otherwise, I would never had a problem to just read the chat on like my phone or something. If it means the game at least runs smoothly. You heard get to the chopper? Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty quiet because, yeah, I don't want to like have sound bits be louder than me, you know, when I'm saying something. So, yeah. That's why it's probably pretty quiet if you don't have a game or the stream running at a bit louder volume.
Good riddance.
You're going deaf? Nah, that's alright. Was probably pretty quiet. That's strange. Yeah, it definitely is. Never had that happen before. And I mean, I streamed Unity plenty of times before. Hello there, Maxi. Welcome in, dude. Yeah, just doing a bit of troubleshooting. I have the game running in borderless full screen, but that made the game run quite badly. So I then switched to full screen exclusively. But then I didn't get updates on my chat. Like in OBS, the chat dock, I guess, wasn't sending messages until I tapped out of the game. So now I popped out the chat directly from Twitch, and now it works. But it seems like now my chat overlay has frozen. What the heck is happening? Okay, let me reload my chat overlay then. Just 1 second. Huh. So what if I exit out now? Then it updates. What the fuck is happening? So for some reason, being in full screen in Unity prevents any kind of like chat feature from updating until I tap out. That was true for the chat dock and now also for the chat box overlay. Huh? Why? Does it make sense? Okay, I'm gonna do one thing here. I'm gonna exit the game real quick. I'm gonna disable the Uplay overlay. Because there can sometimes create issues between OBS and the game you're playing. Let me restart. Before you update the broke something. Yeah, I think that's not it. I think it's something with Unity on my end. Okay, so it does update now. And I'm in the game and running it in full screen, I think. Yeah, that's it is always running OBS as administrator. I don't know, maybe switching from like borderless to full screen was something that my OBS didn't like or something. But it could also be connected to the Ubisoft overlay, because that commonly can create issues while streaming with OBS. What the fuck, it's frozen again? What is happening? But why? The game doesn't like it. Yeah. I don't know. I do know that StreamerBot had an update, right? Maybe I have to update StreamerBot for that to work correctly again? Game be like, look at me, I'm the chat overlay now. I overwrite any chat overlay. Even, you know, more than 10 years later, Unity is still trying to cause technical issues. I don't know if it's maybe could connect it to the StreamerBot update. I saw there's a version 1.03 now. I didn't update to that because I thought, you know, I could actually create technical issues for the stream. But maybe I should have updated? I'm not sure. I'm thinking about just disabling the chat overlay for this stream, honestly, and see if I can figure it out for the next one. Because yeah, at this point I have no idea what exactly the issue is here, because this is an issue I never had before. What the fuck? My stream information and stream elements events docs have gone completely black now. I think this is honestly an OBS issue. Maybe I'm gonna update OBS and restart, because I haven't actually updated OBS in a little bit. Because something is happening with OBS. But again, I exited out of the game and now my stream information and stream elements events are not black again. I really have no idea if it's like Unity or OBS. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna update my StreamerBot in OBS real quick. Then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna see if things work then. Okay? See you guys in a bit. Alright, we are back. Trying to resolve technical issues, but not really succeeding, unfortunately. Thank you all for staying tuned. And welcome back to more Unity. We kind of like had to stop in the middle of this mission here, Memories of Versailles. Gonna see how I maybe go about editing this together between the two broadcasts. But yeah, so tried it out with, you know, updating OBS and StreamerBot. But it didn't actually do anything. Like eventually the chat box will kind of like be very stuttery and slow, and then it just hangs itself up. So I think it has something to do with Unity's full screen mode for some reason. It's also not exclusive to Maxi's chat box either, because I tried it with my old one and the same thing happened. So it's like, that's not the issue. But yeah, I don't really want to run the game in like borderless window, because it means that the game is running worse, like performance-wise, but also affects the quality of the stream. So I think we are gonna disable the chat box for now and hope that nothing else, you know, is much of an issue while playing the game. Because my chat box is working now that I have popped it out. And it seems to be an issue between Unity and OBS for some reason. And And yeah, I'm gonna see if I can figure out the issue until the next stream, but today I'm just gonna run without chatbox, and when we can at least, you know, play the game, hopefully. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, except a flawless stream. That is true. That is the wisdom that every streamer knows about. Hello there, Afro, welcome in. Yeah, we had some issues with Unity, full screen, and OBS. So, yeah, my chatbox overlay was not really like working properly. So I had to disable that, and we're gonna run the stream without it today. Hopefully everything works out as intended. But yeah, we stopped in the database here. So let's catch up on Francois de la Serre. Little information about Francois de la Serre survives. A minor nobleman, he kept an estate in Versailles and a smaller house in Paris, and was known to be a close confidant of the king and of Mirabeau. His wife, Julie, died sometime around 1777, and de la Serre was left to raise his daughter, Elise, on his own. Adapt, survive, stream. That is correct. That's how it works. But yeah, if you notice anything weird technically happening today, definitely feel free to let me know. So I can know if, you know, Unity full screen is in general affecting OBS in some weird ways. The Palais de Versailles. Originally a hunting lodge built for Louis XIII, the Palace of Versailles was expanded into one of the largest palaces in the world, and the seat of a French monarchy under the reign of his successor, Louis XIV. The royal family abandoned the palace for the Tuileries in Paris at the outset of the French Revolution. After the king's arrest, Versailles, along with all royal possessions, was confiscated and sealed. The furnishings were sold at auction in 1793, and in 1994 it was turned into a museum. Odd. They got rid of everything in it and then turned it into a museum. What were people supposed to look at? Small signs saying a fancy chair used to be here? Despite the various restorations, empires and revolutions that followed, Versailles would never again be a center of political power. We can all pretend it's an animus bug. That is true. But just Unity doing its job as intended. Can I speak French? No, not whatsoever. I do know like some French pronunciations, I guess, just from like hearing French. But I never learned it. Does anybody in chat speak French? Okay, this we're not gonna read because this is in relation to the 13th century. And we're gonna focus just on, you know, the French Revolution and everything relevant to that. Nice decks, that's cool. Indeed, Chilla. Yeah, we're back. I decided to just deactivate the chat box overlay for today because it was just giving me a headache and yeah, didn't really find a solution quickly. But that's fine. Just gonna be like a minimal stream today. You've exhausted all your French. GG's. Hey, it's at least a word. And being able to say yes or no, you know, that's one of the important things in communication. Vive la France, indeed. Égalité, Liberté. Fraternité. Something like that. Yeah, let's wait with a viewpoint here. That is true, Dex, yeah. The basics everyone needs.
And where in God's name have you been?
Ha! Got you now, you little shit!
Just a little misunderstanding. Nothing to...
Your master's harboring a common criminal. In broad daylight, he broke into my home and stole my watch.
Did he indeed? Well, I'm sure the Marshalsea would be more than willing to sort this out.
Sort what out, Olivier?
A most serious accusation against your ward, sir.
He robbed me.
Of what, precisely? Wait for me in my library.
Don't give me that look. Victor cheats when he plays Pharaoh. Everyone knows it.
Arno? Who are you talking to?
No one, monsieur.
You'll be happy to learn I persuaded Olivier to leave off calling the Marshalsea. Again.
Je vous remercie, monsieur.
What is this? The 6th time? The 7th? Perhaps a new hobby might be better for your health.
Well, I find playing cards affords many opportunities for fresh air and exercise.
We'll talk about this later. I have business in town and must collect Elise before I can attend to it.
Elise is here.
Only for the night. She returns to Paris first thing tomorrow.
She'll need an escort, won't she, with you so preoccupied?
One of you running amok is quite enough. Remain here and see if Olivier has any chores for you.
Sure he does.
What was that?
Give my regards to Elise.
I like that. One of you running amok is enough. Elise and Nano, the troublemakers. But yeah, there we go. First memory completed. Memories of Versailles. Pass over and under objects 5 and don't get tagged. We're still gonna stay on the same day, which is the 5th of May. For, yeah, pretty much, you know, the entire time until Arno gets imprisoned. So this is gonna be a long, long day. Went through Unity some months ago, still looks great and parkour smooth as butter. Absolutely. Yeah, this game has aged really well. Definitely showcases that it was, you know, a bit ahead of its time, I guess. Unfortunately, because technically not, you know, every system could keep up with it. And yeah, it wasn't probably the best optimized game on top of it. But now that everyone can, you know, run this game pretty well, it's definitely shining. It's scary how you know every line this game word for word. Yeah, I do have also played this game so many times that I remember like most of the dialogue as it's happening. But I really like this game's story and writing. A lot of people lambasted Arno as a knockoff Ezio when this game came out. It's a shame. Yeah, I think it's quite service level for people to make those comments. You know, it's just like, okay, you know, he's like a relatively charming, you know, European fella who's doing a bit of mischief and who has like, you know, a ponytail. Really, it's an Ezio knockoff, you know. Like, they are so different as characters, it's not even funny. But yeah, you know, you look at him and you see Ezio, of course. Clearly. The village de Versailles. When Louis XIII built his first hunting lodge in the village of Versailles in 1623, it was surrounded by vast forest where the king could indulge in his favorite sport. It was his son Louis XIV who decided to make it the central point of France. In the 1660s, he decided to construct a chateau commensurate with his ambition to control the French state. In actual fact, he left Paris behind for fear of the revolts he had known as a child during the Fronde. In short, he no longer wanted to be subject to the fervor of Parisian crowds. Between 1665 and 1680, some 25,000 men and 6,000 horses busied themselves daily. On teamwork days, the other nights by torchlight, the church apparently tolerated work on Sundays. The French king wanted the magnificence of a palace to reveal his unequaled power to the rest of Europe, as capable of forcing nature as he was of imposing his law on the world. Versailles was a showcase. Nothing short of perfection would be tolerated. I find it hard enough to install decking. Mind you, I didn't have 6,000 horses to help me. Not that they're much good with hammers. You never know, maybe they are. The village of Versailles would also quickly develop, if only to accommodate all the courtiers. In 1682 they numbered 6,000, by 1690 the number had reached 10,000. To ensure their continued presence in Versailles, Louis XIV determined that all buildings erected in Versailles be non-liable to Caesar for debt, which made the village particularly attractive. Louis XV and Louis XVI would both make a great many changes to the chateau, while transforming the village into a hub from which the royal administration exerted its power. It was in salle de menu, plaisir, literally the room of lesser pleasures, essentially a storeroom for royal decorations and disguises, that the Estates General were held in May 1789. That would actually be quite fun, yeah. I can see Arnaud and Ezio getting up to some mischief. Being like wingmen for each other.
Je ne dis pas que la tradition n'a pas du bon.
Pardon, monsieur. Vos excuses, monsieur. Malheureuse. Peut-être même trop.
Okay, let's do the next main story mission. The Estates General. An urgent message has arrived for an absent Monsieur de la Serre. Track him down and deliver it, post haste.
Thrown out onto the street yet?
Oh, you would love that, wouldn't you?
It'd break my heart.
Olivier, if I weren't here, who'd do all your work for you?
The horses need brushing, boy. Get to it.
Certainement, monsieur.
Sire de la Serre, wait! Nom de Dieu.
Nom de Dieu, nom de Dieu.
Some trouble, mon ami?
A letter for Sire de la Serre. It's very important.
Oh, calm yourself, Perrault. That letter won't reach Monsieur de la Serre any faster if you drop dead of exhaustion. Give it here. I'll catch
You
him.
must receive it today. It's very...
Very important. Yes, I heard you the first time. I'll see that he gets it.
Monsieur de la Serre! Stop!
Make way, make way!
Monsieur de la Serre! Please excuse. Wrong carriage. What I need is a bird's eye view.
Welcome to the database. Hello. We haven't met, but you can call me Sean. I just thought I'd say, it seems Abstergo has put together rather a lovely historical database that you can peruse as you're running around. Unfortunately for you, the historian gave things a bit of a, well, let's just say they have a particular viewpoint they're keen to get across. By which I mean they're Templars and they think like Templars, and they lie about people who aren't Templars. So I'm just going to go through and add in some explanatory footnotes as I go to give you a bit more of a balanced perspective. Well, I will try for balance, I will aim for it. Balance is certainly something worth striving for, or at least thinking about. Or maybe I just mention it here and you can be your own judge. Also, and far be it from me to criticize because they've given it quite some effort, but the way they write this history is dry as a freeze-dried, dry-cleaned, dry thing with a particularly chronic case of dry mouth, which has been left out in the sun and then popped in the oven. So let me at least attempt to make it that smidgen more readable. Although that's the last time I ever used the word smidgen. I mean, how can you not miss Sean? It's always great when he's like involved in the database. Le Miserable. Sean here. Look, I just want to get this out of the way because as soon as anyone mentions the French Revolution, someone else's eyes light up and they start going, "Do you hear the people sing?" In that weird way people do when we're both talking and singing at the same time. Then I have to listen to the god-awful rendition of a song from that god-awful musical, and I seriously start to consider trapping my fingers in a door just so I have something else to think about. The French Revolution, the one you're in, started in 1789. Have you got that? Les Miserables, the novel by Victor Hugo, later turned into a musical by someone who very clearly hates me personally and is dead set on making my life a living, breathing hell, is set in Paris in the time period between 1815 and 1832. Which was an entirely different revolution. Stop looking for Jean Vauget, alright? He's not here. Anyway, I prefer cats. It's more believable. That didn't age well, Sean. With a Cats movie. But yeah, I get Sean. Sean is real for that. He really is. So relatable. Meow. Did someone out from his house as a cat? Man, I miss Unity's layout of parkour, coupled with the parkour mechanics. What the fuck? That woman just rubbed me away, and so did the dude. Wanna do that again? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so that's a chest that's being guarded by these two guys here. Which means they will attack me once I steal it. I'm just gonna run away. Don't wanna kill them just yet. That iconic climbing the viewpoint music. It's the same one in Assassin's Creed Origins, because it's been composed by the same composer, which is Zara Shachner. Now, she hasn't done the full soundtrack on Unity, but she's done like pretty much half of it. Primarily gameplay focused soundtrack. And then Chris Toten has done like all the cinematic soundtracks. But yeah, for Origins it was her first, you know, solo AC soundtrack. And she kept that kind of like viewpoint anticipation sound, I guess. Damn, I know. I like how his feet and hand isn't even fully connecting there. Now that's some core strength. Best sync music for you, this. Yeah, I quite like this anticipation sound too. I do have to say I also love the one in Valhalla. Before you synchronize. Kind of like coupled with the horns and stuff. I don't know, I love the sound of the Viking horns. It's like weirdly satisfying for me.
There you are.
Ada! You hate Valhalla, but you don't hate it while playing it? Hmm. I mean, that's better, I guess, you know? Not hating it while playing it, rather than the other way around. Would be worse if you kind of like feel like, hey, I actually want to play some Valhalla, and then you absolutely hate it while playing it. Hello, Lucinda, welcome in. Good morning. Thank you, yeah, I'm having a good day so far. But a bit of a technical issue here with OBS and Unity, which still haven't been fully resolved, which is why I don't have my chat box enabled. But yeah, it seems to be running at least so I can stream for now. But yeah, that was kind of like weird. It seems like Unity and full screen is taking too many resources or like too much focus, and OBS can't handle that. Bit weird. But yeah, having a good day so far, though. How are you doing? Okay, I wanna have the puppeteer disabled here. That's the thing on the top right that kind of like tells you which button does what. And I think I'm also gonna disable tutorials, actually. Don't need them. Unity wanting to be the star, exactly. Unity is like even 10 years onwards. I'm gonna cause technical issues. Okay, we got a new database entry here. The Hotel de Menu Plaisir. Built at the command of Louis XV to house the organization responsible for preparing royal ceremonies and festivals, the Hotel de Menu Plaisir in Versailles is most famous as the site of the Estates General in 1789. During the Revolution, it served variously as a courthouse, barracks, and bread distribution center. Much of the historic building was destroyed in 1800, when the property was sold to a private citizens. Today, the site is home to the Centre de Baroque Musique de Versailles. How's your day going, Lucinda? Oh, that's good to hear, Lucinda. Glad you're having a good day and morning so far. And indeed, yeah, last day of work hopefully for you this week. And it's already the weekend. Definitely hope the last work day is going quickly for you. The Estates General of 1789 was a general assembly representing the three classes or estates of French society: the clergy, the first estate, the nobility, the second estate, and the peasantry, the third estate. The Estates General was not a legislative body like the English Parliament, rather its role was to advise the king, with whom all authority lay. I have often imagined what it might be like to be a king. I think my first rule would be to make all crime illegal. Boom. Just like that. You're welcome. I mean, that would be quite a step up. to make all crime actually illegal. It was infrequently caught before the onset of revolution. The last meeting of the Estates General was in 1614. The Estates General sat for several weeks in May and June 1789 to address the financial crisis facing the realm, thanks in no small part to the French government's role in financing the American Revolution. The meeting quickly came to an impasse over the first item on the agenda. However, whether the Estates General should vote collectively by estate, which would have given an advantage to the first and second estates, or vote individually, which would give the more numerous third estate the advantage. Deadlocked, the deputies of the third estate began to discuss political reforms rather than the financial crisis that had been the original agenda. The meeting of the Estates General dissolved when the third estate declared itself a National Assembly and announced that it would conduct the nation's affairs. The first and second estates were invited to join the assembly, but it was clear which way the political wind was blowing. The French Revolution was beginning. And here we have a great connection to the American Revolution because of course that had a direct influence on these events happening. But yeah, you know, like many nations that have been involved in some way from Europe into the American Revolution, and France of course has been, you know, one of the more prominent nations. They left quite a bit of money there. And that in turn, you know, also led to the third estate in France to suffer even more under, you know, what the other two estates were demanding. Eventually, you know, that's why we have the food riots. Because they were literally out of food even though they were the one providing the food. The third estate. If the first estate was the church and the second estate was the nobility, the third estate was everyone else. It comprised beggars, peasants, the bourgeoisie, notaries, doctors, lawyers, artisans, bankers, and even scholars, who at the time represented approximately 96% of the population. I don't think that means 96% of the population were scholars. If it did, this would be one terrifically nerdy time period. I dare say you and I would have fit in rather well. Thank you, Sean. In a pamphlet entitled What is the Third Estate, published in 1789, Sieyès wrote, "What is the third estate? Everything. What has it been until now in the political order? Nothing. What does it ask? To become something. Nothing be done without it. Everything would be infinitely better without the other two orders." I tend to agree.
Une fois que la convocation de ces assemblées parut être tombée en désuétude, je n'ai pas balancé à rétablir un usage dont le royaume peut tirer une nouvelle force et qui peut ouvrir à la nation une nouvelle source de bonheur. La dette de l'État, déjà immense à mon avènement au trône, s'est encore accrue sous mon règne. Une guerre dispendieuse mais honorable en a été la cause.
This is one of those things I just absolutely love about Unity. It's just like the amounts of NPCs. You know, of course it creates like some visual bugs and, you know, NPCs glitching out at times because it's just quite difficult to program, I guess, having so many NPCs act together without any issues. But just so impressive, you know. It's something I always wish would come back eventually, like for the newer AC games, you know, having like this mass of people. Yeah, it didn't really happen since Unity. Not even Syndicate had like, you know, that many NPCs at the same time. It of course makes sense for the setting that Unity is set in. But you know, masses of people like this are not uncommon in other settings either.
Finally.
Not these two again. Must have tailed me from the estate.
L'espérance que j'ai conçue de voir tous les ordres.
The estate's general deputies. In March 1789, elections were held to select the 578 deputies of the three estates. The list of deputies included such men as Robespierre, Monnier, Barnave, Sillé, and the Comte de Mirabeau, who, although a noble, chose to sit as a deputy of a third estate. Most of the men were who comprised the third estate were in the late 20s or early 30s. The plain black clothes worn by the deputies of the third estate contrasted sharply with the luxurious, brightly colored garments of the nobles and the clergy. Also, they were very slimming, which is also nice to have. King Louis XVI. That's the guy who's currently holding the speech there, in front of the estates. Louis was never meant to become king, but his father died in 1765, followed by his two older brothers. When his grandfather Louis XV died in 1774, he came to a throne for which he was ill prepared. Louis and his wife would fail to provide France with an heir for 7 years, to the derision of the French people. Even the celebrations of a wedding day would end in tragedy, with the death of 100 Parisians following a stampede at a fireworks display. An indecisive man, in the words of one deputy, the king spent his whole life saying each evening that he was mistaken that same morning. As his younger brother, the future Charles X, would say, not without irony, trying to get Louis to hold to a position was like trying to hold greased billiard boards together. Amazing that phrase never caught on really, but then trying to get a phrase to catch on is like oiling a hammer and expecting a cat to marry it. You can use that one if you like. That's very catchy. His 19-year reign would become increasingly agitated since the court was incapable of reform. Louis XV had merely covered up the nation's problems without actually resolving anything. His heir wished to be called Louis the Severe to contrast with the permissiveness and debauchery of his grandfather. But as far as public opinion was concerned, he would be Louis the Weak. Never mind Louis the Weak. There were so many men called Louis around you, you could have a Louis of the Week. So funny, Sean. What decisions he actually managed to make turned against him. The war with England to support Franklin and Washington would ruin the kingdom, and by 1789, debt-ridden France had reached a state of virtual bankruptcy. This situation was exacerbated by the trade treaty with London. The British, who were way ahead of the French technologically, inundated France with their industrial products, spelling ruin for French artisans. Some of these products would even be used in the revolutionary riots. While food shortages were due to bad crops and weather, those who were hungry blamed them on the rich. Meanwhile, pampered and pensioned in Versailles, far away from the roots, the nobility had become another adversary that would further undermine the system. The same went for the lower orders of the clergy, who shared the general misery of their flock. The king didn't see it coming. The nobles would bring about revolution, to which they too would fall victim. In summer of 1791, with the revolution heating up, Louis approved the perilous plan to secretly flee from Paris to the supposedly loyal troops in the east. The royal family's arrest at Varennes would spell the end of absolute monarchy. On the 10th of August, when the grounds of the Tuileries were invaded, Louis took refuge in the National Assembly, but the damage was done. Shortly thereafter, he was stripped of his power, arrested, and sent to the medieval fortress of a temple, and from there, to his doom. His trial was brief, and ultimately only for show. Witnesses who testified in his favor were massacred in 2 instances, while the documents that could have proved him innocent were not passed on to his defenders. In short, it was a travesty. The judges had all but decided on the verdict from the onset. The absolute monarch, who didn't even reign over his court, was influenced by all those who surrounded him. What should I do? He asked the reactionary French writer REBIRTH in September 1789. Act like a king, came the reply. If only. Louis, who had a passion for geography and great exploration, and whose hobbies were locksmithing and carpentry, was simply not cut out for the job. In my experience, you should never trust a man who lists his hobby as locksmithing. How about silversmithing, Sean? I'm sure you can trust a silversmith. Which is a reference to the main villain in this game, because he is a Templar Grandmaster and a silversmith. Hello again, Maxi. Welcome back. Yeah, it didn't work, unfortunately. Yeah, I've also tried out the other, like my Oda chat box, and the same thing happened there. So it's not related to your chat box, at least. But yeah, I think it might just have something to do with Unity in full screen and OBS interaction. But yeah, I decided to just turn off the chat box for today, and I'm gonna try to solve it post-stream. See if I can get it to work. Sean is off a chain with his dad jokes. Or Sean. It's the last one. Whatever he is. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a shame, Maxi. Because I love the chat box. But yeah, hopefully I can get that sorted out until the next stream. Hello there, chat. Welcome in. The Maxi's fault. Blame the Maxi. Yeah, been a while. How have you been, chat?
So, who or what will take its place? Another king? A council of capable men?
That is the question, isn't it?
A truce, then.
What the devil was that about?
Now, we can resolve this without recourse to violence, can't we? Get him, Yuko!
I suppose not.
Get him!
The Honoré Gabrielle Riquetti Comte de Mirabeau. Born at Le Bignon, Mirabeau suffered a virulent case of smallpox at a young age, which left his face scarred with pockmarks. His family was quite wealthy, and his father obtained for him a commission in the cavalry, but the army was a poor fit for him. Young Mirabeau became embroiled in an affair with his colonel's wife. When the affair came to light, Mirabeau's father had him imprisoned on the Île de Ré. Jesus. Now that's some education. He spent many years in and out of prison, always one step ahead of the creditors, and more often than not, angry husbands. Who are you, Ezio? Later, while in prison at Fort de Joux, he seduced the jailer's wife and escaped with her. He settled in Amsterdam, where he became involved with various occult societies. Later arrested by the police, he was again in prison for 3 years in the castle of Vincennes, where he wrote dozens of texts in which he condemned the arbitrary nature of French justice, as well as an essentially pornographic text, Erotica Biblion. At this point I should just say, this bed-hopping, war-dodging, erotica-writing, anti-establishment gigolo sounds like the most Frenchman ever. I mean, he took Frenchmanhood to whole new heights. And when I say Frenchmanhood, I'm talking about his level of Frenchness, not his French manhood. Actually, I'm talking about that as well. Once released from prison, his life changed when, in Neuchâtel, he met the Genoese revolutionaries in exile, including financier Etienne Siavier, who would play an important role in Paris. These talented men formed the foundations of Mirabeau's group in political reasoning. They wrote, he signed. This explains his prolific production. Politicians have always used ghostwriters. He attacked the banks in his texts in return for payment by another banker, thus allowing him to pay off his mountains of debts. He also attacked French minister Charles-Alexandre de Calonne, which led to yet another letter de cachet and a subsequent exile in Prussia, where he acquired the certainty that the middle classes shall only be freed by joining forces with the lower classes. In any case, the nobility wanted nothing to do with a strange marquis. At the outset of the revolution, he was elected to represent the Third Estate at the Estates General. For all that, the inspiration for this political workshop lay with his friends. Mirabeau, an exceptional orator, was merely their spokesman. The remainder of the story is better known. His services were paid for by the king as early as October 1789, even though the court never heeded his advice. Proof of his secret dealings with the king came with the discovery of a famous iron chest at the Tuileries Palace, containing, among other things, correspondence and a list of payments. However, by this time he had already been in the grave for 16 months. Prior to his death, when his health, damaged by his excesses, had all but failed him, his last speech was delivered by Talleyrand, but in actual fact had been written by Genevese pastor Etienne Salognon Rebas. Chat, you've been good. You forgot your Twitch login for a while. Oh shit, you've been following me for 6 years and 8 months. Holy shit. That's like, I think, the time where I actually started like streaming on a more regular basis. Also, thank you for following for 3 years and 10 months, Dr. Darling. Used to go by Clips or something. Ah, of course, dude, I remember, of course, Clips. Because, yeah, I didn't really recognize Shat as a name. But yeah, that's cool. That's cool to see again. I hope you've been doing well these past years. But yeah, I mean, you used to be like one of my first, I guess, regulars, really. On the channel. QuickTest has been following for 27 years and 8 months. Nice. Oh shit. I wasn't ready for that.
Easy, big fella.
We gotta dodge 2 attacks here.
think you can steal from me? You can't take it!
Not your day, is it, Victor? To your health, gentlemen.
You, boy! So, what are you doing there?
Running!
What are you doing there? Running? I love how Arno answers rhetorical questions. Indeed, chat, yeah. Yeah, that was when I kind of like exclusively played Assassin's Creed, really. Like, early on. You think your relative crooked noob, but he came in like a wrecking ball. Thank you, Maxi, for following for 5 years and 6 months as well, dude. It's actually crazy, it's been also that long. And Dex, thank you also for the 6 months and 6 days. And 6 hours. 666. Can't believe it has almost been 4 years. Yeah. It's kind of like crazy seeing like some of the numbers. Like also from chat, you know, like almost 7 years. It's crazy to think about that. That's when I kind of like started, you know, kind of like streaming more regularly. Because I streamed as early as 2017 technically, but that was only for the Assassin's Creed Marathon. And yeah, I didn't really like stream apart from that project. But it was 2019, like, yeah, like early 2019 that I kind of like started my first project, I guess, on the Twitch channel, which was actually a historical order project. Coming full circle. But yeah, that was the first time I played through the AC games in historical order, starting with Odyssey. I didn't include any other games except for Assassin's Creed. And of course we didn't have Valhalla yet at that point. Basically got you beat by half a decade. It was around the same time you started on Twitch. Ah, yeah? Yeah, that's true. I remember your early streams. We did like a lot of kind of like setting up of like alerts and stuff on stream. And the stream was like going wild with like all the redemptions. Indeed, Dex. The Evo number. The number of a beast. After all these years, you still hate the RPG era. That's definitely fair too. Yeah, there's definitely something about the classic Assassin's Creed games that hits different. Have you played Shadows, Shed?
He's getting away! There he is!
No getting back in there now. Catch them back at home, I suppose.
The Estates General. Of the attacks parried and dodged. Baby Maxi. You played it on launch, nice. It was fun, you still prefer the black box mission style from Syndicate and Unity War? I agree, yeah, I do like that as well a lot. I guess in Shadows you can still like choose your own approach, but I didn't think the changing between Yasuke and now it worked out that great. I definitely prefer the Hitman-esque, you know, way of assassinations too. That guy wants a hug. He's like, please, please, sir, just a hug. No worries whatsoever, Lucinda. I hope you have a good day at work. I hope it goes well. Thank you so much for dropping by. And yeah, for anyone who hasn't checked out Lucinda's channel yet, highly recommend doing so. She's been doing a playthrough of Dishonored, which is one of her favorite games. And is also a big fan of games like Resident Evil, Dying Light. She also played the Assassin's Creed games at some point, like the entire series. And yeah, it's a very entertaining, chatty streamer, like always, you know, there for like really good discussions too with the community. So if you want to get involved, then definitely, yeah, have a look over on her channel. Oh yeah, I agree, Chat. Yeah, the combat in Mirage was very bare bones. It didn't really flow well, and it was so limited, you know? I mean, it was a good incentive, I guess, not to do combat and stick to stealth. Which is kind of like the way to play Mirage, I guess, but yeah, I didn't really like the combat whatsoever. In fact, I might count Mirage among the worst combat systems in the entire series. Like, wasn't really much of a fan. But it didn't also irk me that much because the game doesn't force you into combat that much. And you can play the game, you know, primarily stealthy. So, yeah. Like most of the time I'm just running away in Mirage or stealthing, I guess. But when you actually spend a bit more time with combat, I don't know. I don't like it too much. No worries for the shoutout, Lucinda. Thank you, Maxi, for giving that shoutout into chat. The more you play Shadows, the less you like it. You're dreading a New Game Plus run for the trophy. I don't blame you one bit. Like as I said, I'm also currently doing some trophy hunting in Shadows. And the only thing I'm missing now, except for the DLC trophies, is the New Game Plus trophies. You know, which is like Knowledge Rank 10. And, you know, playing through the entire New Game Plus to get the golden katanas. But their Knowledge Rank 10 is absurd, because right now I just reached rank 8. And I've almost done like most of the, you know, knowledge locations. Which is just so mind-numbingly boring. And not engaging whatsoever. Like I also switched to like autocomplete now. For the Kujikiri and the Yasuke encounters. Because I just can't be bothered to do this like hundreds of times. You know? Like when I stream the game, I've done it like all myself manually. But now that it's more like, you know, about just completing it. It's just like, okay, I'm just gonna go AFK and do something else in the meantime. It's just... And it's really like... You do all of these locations in like one playthrough and you don't get the achievement right. Like you have to have the New Game Plus run and do like extra knowledge, you know, activities on top. But yeah, I'm just gonna collect all the trophies for Shadows that I can in a regular playthrough. And then I'm probably gonna check out the DLC and then I'm gonna leave the other trophies for New Game Plus when I eventually play the game. Which will probably be like on stream with like a, you know, maybe like challenge New Game Plus run or something. But yeah, in general I'm not the biggest fan of like forcing people to play through the game twice. But yeah, that knowledge achievement is just bullshit. Ah, very nice chat. Yeah, Mirage, like, definitely have to have that, have to hold that for Mirage in its favor. Because the stealth system works really well and is like so much fun to play around with. But yeah, combat I try to avoid as much as possible. Maxi, stealth was a bit hard for you, Mirage, but you like doing stealthy things. That's fair too, yeah. It's not always very easy, especially if you're trying to do it for the main assassinations. It's like very easy to fuck it up sometimes. Yeah, the Koji, Kiris and the Katas. Just so boring. Do I plan on getting the playback trophy in Valley of Memory? That was challenging and quite time consuming, but it was pretty fun all things considered. You just did a few missions per day until you got it. Honestly, I haven't checked out any of the trophies yet for Valley of Memory. But yeah, I would like to eventually also collect those. I'm kind of trying to catch up on, you know, the AC trophies at the moment. I never really cared about it too much. But yeah, I saw that I only had like 2 or 3 missing in Origins and Odyssey. And I don't know, kind of like wanted to get that 100%, I guess. Ever since I completed Clair Obscur 100% with all the trophies, I've been getting like more in the mood for trophy hunting. But yeah, I think I'm gonna return to Mirage. It's just a bit annoying because I played Mirage on Xbox initially. And there's like a cloud save system, and some of the progress connected to achievements have been transferred over to Ubisoft achievements from Xbox, but not all of them. So I'm missing like quite a few achievements that I've already completed on Xbox, I guess. So yeah, that's like a little bit annoying in terms of like getting all the achievements on Uplay for Mirage. Chat, the last AC game you tried to full sync was Unity and the bug locked you out in achievements, so you gave up. Oh really? I don't blame you one bit. That's really annoying. But yeah, I don't blame you one bit. That's just so frustrating when stuff like that happens. Hello Vaave, welcome in dude. Thank you, I'm having a good day over here. Had to sort out some technical issues earlier, but yeah, we're good for now. Had to disable my chat box overlay for this stream at least. How's your day going? You still have 2 or 3 in Syndicate to get. Oh yeah? So which ones are that decks that you still have to get in Syndicate? Need to get back around to that. Too many trophies, too little time. Yeah, there's quite a few. But I've definitely gotten in the mood for that. Like, you know, off stream sometimes and just wanna like chill. That can be like a nice pastime to revisit some games. This reminds you of getting the DLC achievements for Mirage. Yeah. How did you guys actually like the Mirage DLC? Would you recommend it? Ah, gotcha, Schiller. So if you do like specific in-game actions, it like recognizes what you've already completed then. That makes sense, yeah, because some of the achievements have been like recognized, I guess. But others haven't. But that's a good point, yeah. Thank you for the video, like if you wanna send that on you know, Discord or something. Mirage has Ubisoft Challenge difficulty trophies for each difficulty level. You find that annoying as well? Yeah. I don't know, I would just say make it like the hardest difficulty and that automatically unlocks the other difficulty trophies. That would make sense. I haven't played it yet, Chilla, gotcha. I thought maybe you played it but you didn't get all the achievements yet. But yeah, I've also yet to play it myself. The main one is do all the optional objectives and the main sequences, complete X amount of escort quests and complete X deliveries, you think. Ah, gotcha. That's not too bad then. I thought Syndicate was one of the easier ones to get all the optional objectives, to be honest. Definitely handleable. Mirage DLC was great, highly recommend. Yeah, I've been definitely liking the soundtrack so far. I've been like looking into the game files and extracting the, you know, like ambient soundtracks and combat soundtracks for the DLC. Similar to the main game soundtrack, sounded really, really good. I haven't seen much about the gameplay yet. I watched like a meter play a little bit of a DLC, but nothing beyond that. Are you doing okay? Whatever the sickness you've caught is annoying as hell, but no more fever since Wednesday, which is a positive thing. Hopefully you're on the path to healing, hoping to have your voice back by next week. Oh, I didn't actually catch up on that you've been sick either. That really sucks, dude. But yeah, it sounds like that's really going around, because Levi has also been sick for like since the end of December, and she just recently got better. Like she's now pretty much fine again since like 2 days. But she's still like coughing. And yeah, I've also heard of plenty other people, like Kobe also has been like super sick and others. I think it's just probably that, you know, Christmas post-flu kind of like going around. But yeah, hopefully you're gonna be back to 100% soon, Ave. You think they do cascade, so if you play the highest difficulty, you get all the lower difficulty trophies as well, but don't quote me on that. Gotcha. Yeah, that would make sense for sure. Like otherwise it would just be stupid to kind of like force people to play the other difficulty if you've technically done something, you know, more difficult. Howdy the Barnes, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day so far. I listened to one of the soundtracks, Dex. Nice, dude. Glad you enjoyed it. Some people really liked the soundtrack uploads for the base game of Mirage a lot. So there's been like a lot of people asking for the DLC soundtrack, so I figured, yeah, why not? Other sorry to hear. Hope you don't have to wait 2 weeks before you get your voice back. The Ginger Beta one also told you he has some flu too, so yeah, it seems like there's something going around. Yeah. I heard that very often in the past couple of weeks, like since Christmas. People getting sick left and right. I'm honestly just glad that I didn't get it really, because I'm usually like very prone to get like a virus if it goes around. But yeah, not this time. But yeah, I do hope as well that you don't have to wait that long either. But yeah, it's been very persistent, unfortunately. Dex, the only issue is they're too short, but you guess that's what loop is for. That is true, yeah. I didn't like extend them or anything, I just took them straight out of the game files and uploaded them just like that. But yeah, sometimes I like to compile those into like longer music mixes though. I've been actually thinking about doing that for Valley of Memory. But the thing is, it's actually a very short soundtrack, right? There's only like 6 or so tracks that are actually unique from each other. That have like different ambient and intense versions, but yeah. That would be like a 15-minute mix at max. So kinda short. Like I usually like to do at least like half an hour if it's like, you know, like an ambient mix or something. I'm just built different, that's right. Shorter game, shorter soundtrack, but it's nice sounding. It definitely adds to the ambience of the game. Yeah, I really love Brendan Angelides' work of or on Mirage. And it's cool that they got him back for the DLC too. Cockade. A circle of ribbons, usually worn on a hat, the cockade of a revolution represented the colors we see today in the French flag. Blue, white and red, sometimes known as the tricolor. The idea of a three-color flag was presented to Louis XVI by Lafayette during the meeting at the Hotel de Ville on July 17, 1789. Next to the blue and red colors of the cockade of Paris, Lafayette had added the white cockade of a monarchy, conferring upon the sovereign a central role in the new definitions of powers. Note that the king didn't last, but a symbol did. Yeah, it did. A reminder of what France has abolished, I guess. Can't jump to the left there because this thing was in the way. Would be cool if you could do like a directional jump to the side. Like diagonally. Instead of like 90 degrees. second and last viewpoint in Versailles. High society. Elise leaves for Paris in the morning, sneak into the ball at the Palais de Versailles to spend the evening with her.
Bonsoir, Olivier. Has Monsieur de la Serre returned?
Senor de la Serre is not expected until late.
Ah, well. I suppose I'll just pass the time with Elise, then.
Don't get your hopes up just yet. Mademoiselle is at a private soirée in her honor at the palace.
A party? I wasn't invited.
Neither were the horses.
I'm sure she just misplaced my invitation. I'll find my own way in. How late is late?
Perhaps an hour, perhaps 3, perhaps not at all. I do not question the comings and goings of my betters.
I'll just wait here, then.
Dex, one thing that grinds your gears in Shadows, even though probably shouldn't, when you do a leap of faith you can't spin the camera when you're falling. In other AC games you like to look around, orient yourself to your objective, see what's around, look for enemies, etc. That's definitely fair, yeah? Like during the actual leap of faith, you mean? It's definitely nice having that liberty to actually move around for sure, instead of like locking you in. I feel like in general, like Shadows was quite restricting at times. Like one thing I generally dislike about Shadows is how on the rails pathfinding is, you know, like you kind of like have to stick to the roads, you know, because if you want to like climb mountains, you're just gonna slide, or if you want to go down mountains, then there's gonna be like tons of trees and you can't see shit. And that's like so restricting, and it doesn't help that all the roads leading to other places are like so... like you can't take any shortcuts sometimes, you know? That can be kind of like frustrating. Yeah, that's probably like one of my biggest critique points about the gameplay / exploration of Shadows.
Elise never enjoyed these high society balls. She'll be home soon. Les tragiques. Too depressing. Mémoire de Monsieur d'Artagnan. Elise's favorite. I could just slip it under the door. He'd see it the instant he returned.
D'Artagnan, one of the guys from the Three Musketeers.
Le traité du monde et de la lumière de Descartes. Never could get through that one.
Descartes reminds me of philosophy classes. You did quite extensively talk about the card. The Fifth Shadows map with tons of filler, not a huge fan of it either. It's not even nice filler. Like playing Cyberpunk and seeing Witcher 3 and other various games, the game world is rich, varied, and intentionally created. It seems like in Shadows they made the main stuff and then popped in annoying trees and scrubs in between. Yeah. It really seems like there's a lot of assets that have been, you know, kind of copy-pasted. And, yeah, they of course created those assets in like 4 different seasons. Or actually 8, I guess, you know, which is pretty impressive, I guess. But, yeah, on a grand scale, it means, you know, you see like lots of the same, and I don't know, they didn't really think that much about how they're gonna connect certain parts of the map very well together. And yeah, there's having tons of filler with that game, you know, like also in regards to the seasons. It's something very odd, very Quebec-like, you know. Like in Syndicate, you also had like tons of activities that were kind of like repeating, you know, like the ones connected to the achievements you were talking about. And Odyssey, you know, like the whole like factions, kind of like fights and conquest battles, and how that is like dynamically, you know, repeating itself like all the time. Which is also kind of like, you know, more filler content, or like in Odyssey, remember the, you know, daily quests and stuff. They were also kind of like randomly generated. I definitely like more meaningful content, you know, where people really thought about what is happening, instead of just like, here's busy work, I guess.
Hop, hop.
There. Safe and sound, and only slightly delayed. And now, to the palace. I couldn't sneak through a sewer in these threads, much less a ball. Here, here, mon ami. Let me take care of that.
Well, thank you, young man.
Such a nice fella, this Arno. So helpful.
Maximilien Robespierre. No guest.
Arno. Le Chevalier du Télème.
Invitation, s'il vous plaît.
About that, I had one, of course, but on the way...
No invitation, no admittance. Now clear the queue. Next, please. Charles Gabriel Siver. 2 guests. Next, please.
Please. My niece hurts seeing that.
Quite the turnout. Quite.
This mission is really cool because it introduces a lot of the targets we're gonna be killing across the game. Charles Gabriel Siver is actually our first target in Notre Dame, in which we can perform a confession kill. And we're also gonna be marked as golden targets already, if you see them in Eagle Vision.
Monsieur Louis-Michel Le Pelletier, Marquis de Saint-Fargeau.
The Pelletier, another target. We get to poison him with wine.
Capitaine Frédéric Rouille.
Captain Rouille. He's the one you killed during the September massacres, I think. %, Dex. Same here, dude. I'd rather have like a, you know, focused experience with really high quality content instead of just like more hours of gameplay. Especially these days, you know, when time is like a bit shorter, you tend to like value those types of games even more. You don't have like hours and hours at all times. Can't actually get over from that point. Works.
Let's just put in a short appearance to be polite. I'm tired.
As you say, Third Estate practically up in arms, and they're having a party.
What's this party for, anyway?
Not sure. Some kind of confirmation ceremony for the De La Serre girl.
Elise is officially getting accepted into the Templar Order. I kinda wish we had this outfit that Arno's currently wearing as an extra outfit in the game you could be using. Kinda like it. It's like one of those outfits that also has like a bit of a coach assassin vibe. Without the hood, of course.
Is it shift change yet?
It looks like very historically, you know, accurate. Immersive, I guess you could say.
Look at that one. Pretty sure his shoes cost more than my rent.
She does not.
She does. And to God, her wig had a bird cage in it. Little doves fluttering around.
Bird cage.
You up there! Stop! Get down!
Will you let me back in if I do?
What? Certainly not!
Well then, if it's all the same to you, I think I'll stay up here.
You, come here.
Ah dear. Absolutely love Arno there. The way he says it and the way he looks. Will you let me back in if I do? It's like, what? No. Freaking funny. Man, how detailed the paintings also look like in the game.
I'll see you in the garden later, yes? Of course.
Two murderers of Monsieur de la Serre. Roi de Thun. He's the king of beggars right here. And we've of course already seen him. Charles Gabriel Sévère.
La révolution sera le triomphe du peuple. Elle assurera le bien-être du plus grand nombre.
evening. I can't remember the last time we were all together like this. It must have been that business with,
And I would thank you not to speak of that.
Madame.
Even more Templars.
M'accorderiez-vous cette danse pour gentilhomme?
Merci. Un autre jour.
For sure, the plebs would riot this afternoon.
Elise de la Serre. The only daughter of Francois and Julie de la Serre, Elise grew up in a modestly wealthy but incredibly privileged environment. As a member of the aristocracy in the waning days of the ancient regime, she had access to the finest tutors, medicine, and food available. After her mother's death in 1778, Elise spent a great deal of time traveling, including several years of study in Paris.
King, new taxes are not a word of concession on the matter of representation.
Nonsense. What the lower classes have always needed is a firm hand to guide them.
Quite so. Mark my words, this will all blow over in a fortnight.
Tomorrow?
Why not? I doubt anything will be settled by then.
My thoughts exactly.
And so I said to her, Marie. You call her Marie? Of course. I've known her since we were girls. We're practically sisters.
You and the Queen.
That's what I said. The queen who grew up in the year.
And goes by Antonia among her influence.
Excuse me. I do believe I see Monsieur Necker there.
Monsieur Necker, better call Garrett of Rivia. He loves to deal with Neckers.
What do you expect? She's half savage.
My dear, she's been tonight down in the dockside bars. That's the least of all.
Honestly, I pity her father.
She always did love the chase.
You seem to have caused quite a commotion.
Well, what can I say? You were always a bad influence.
Oh, you were a worse one. Are you wearing one of my father's suits?
Are you wearing a dress?
Don't even start. I feel like a mummy wrapped up in this thing.
Must be quite an occasion to get you so fancy.
It's not like that. Truth be told, it's a lot of ceremony and pontification. Dull as dirt.
Well, when you don't invite me to your parties, everyone suffers.
I did try, but my father was adamant.
Your father?
Who's in there? Go. I'll distract them.
What? You're kicking me out?
It's complicated. I'll explain later, but for now, out the window.
Oh, no. You're not turning this into a repeat of that apple orchard.
Stop being such a baby. I'm sure there aren't any guard dogs this time. Go! Oh, my. That wasn't the billiard room at all, was it?
We are pursuing an interloper, Mademoiselle de la Serre. Have you seen him?
No, I shouldn't think they can climb stairs. Not with those little hoops. And how did they get out of the royal menagerie?
Not an antelope, an interloper. A suspicious person. Have you seen anyone like that?
Oh, there was Madame de Polignac. Her hair has a bird in it. I think she stole it from the royal menagerie.
Please move aside so we may check this room, mademoiselle.
You'll find only me, I'm afraid. I've been searching for the billiard room for almost an hour.
We can show you there, mademoiselle, and we'll lock the door to prevent any further misunderstandings. This way, mademoiselle.
Oh, merci, monsieur.
If I had 1/10 her wit.
Ain't that the truth? Ah, it's such a funny conversation. I shouldn't be able to walk the stairs, not with her little hooves. Not an antelope, an interloper.
Could have been on party duty, but no.
Waste of time. There's nobody out here.
Who's even going to come out here?
10 to 1 I end the night cleaning a rich man's vomit off my shoes.
Okay, nice. That's the optional objective completed. Don't get into conflict. That is up until this point.
You all right, monsieur? Too much of the king's champagne? Monsieur? Monsieur de la Serre! Monsieur de la Serre!
Sylvain, come away!
Guards! Help! Murder!
Mon Dieu! He's killed Lord de la Serre.
That's what I call a pickle. Requiescat in pace.
Requiescat in pace.
Dun dun dun. But yeah, that is quite tragic. Not only does Arno lose his real father, he also loses his adoptive father and gets blamed for the murder.
No, it wasn't me. Damian wielded the knife. Please, have mercy.
Gallia est omnis divisa in partes tres.
They're killing us! Oh, God, have mercy! They're killing the prisoners in here!
That's enough of that, you degenerate!
Where am I?
In hell.
They're coming! They're coming to kill us all!
There we go. Lovely, isn't it? We got to the Bastille. the most famous prison. Sentenced to death for entering without an invitation. That's how it went back in the French Revolution days. High punishment for entering a party without invitation. Okay, so the Bastille lies within the district of Le Marais, I guess. So that's why we have unlocked the database entry for the city borough of Paris. Located in the heart of Paris, the Marais district finest hours would come during the 17th century, when the many aristocrats who lived there transformed it into a fashionable district. In the 18th century, the nobility gradually abandoned the district in favor of Faubourg Saint-Honoré or the Faubourg Saint-Germain. In spite of his departure, the Marais would always retain its image as an aristocratic district, which meant that with the coming of revolution, rioters would set about destroying the many symbols of royalty and nobility that were found there. It was a wonderfully convenient sort of one-stop shop for those of a riotous persuasion. With the revolution, the district changed progressively. The abandoned townhouses were taken up by merchants to form warehouses or workshops. The beautiful homes were thus preserved. And so the Marais became inhabited by more modest people who kept shops or practiced craft trades, which in turn gave way to small factories and semi-industrialized trades of the 19th century. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. The Bastille. The Bastille was one of the many construction projects undertaken by Charles V and was intended to protect the Porte Saint-Antoine Gate and its adjoining Saint Paul Palace. As the centuries wore on and the fortress became less useful as a fortification, it was used more and more often as a prison, finally being completely dedicated to that purpose under the reign of Louis XIII. The prisoners held there, who rarely numbered more than 40 each year, were most commonly political prisoners. By 1789, the Bastille was deemed useless and was costly to maintain, with 250 soldiers for mere 9 prisoners. I had an idea for how to bring the cost down. Fire 247 soldiers. The system is like having a plane with 1 seat but hundreds of captains. Hang on, that sounds brilliant. This was at a time when Paris was packed with prisons of all shapes and sizes. Nonetheless, it was seen as a symbol of the oppression of the ancient regime, and when the French Revolution broke out, it was one of the first buildings to be looted and destroyed. The revolutionaries' quarry became quite literally that, as the mob demolished the building and put its stones to better use. Some of the stones were used to consolidate the Pont de la Concorde, others were taken as individual or collective relics. Many were carved into tiny models of the entire fortress and sold as souvenirs. And we also got an update here for François de la Serre. You see this sort of whitewashing a lot when a notable Templar falls out of favor. Someone steps out of line or fails to keep up with the time, and suddenly the rich tapestry that is a unique, lovely human being is reduced to a historical footnote about how terrible they are. A bit like Americans and their celebrities, really. Sean never misses a chance to roast Americans.
Hello? I must speak to someone! Open this door!
Scream all you like. No one cares.
I must speak with Elise de la Serre. Do you hear me? Elise de la Serre!
They're killing everyone! Oh God, help us!
Elise! Bring Elise to me! I'm no killer!
No!
You're wasting your time.
Alliance! Please! Anything but that! Will no one deliver us?
What are you staring at, pisspot? Don't bother me, boy. From where I'm sitting, I could kill you 7 ways. 12 if I had a spoon.
Oh God! It's inhuman! The blood! So much blood!
Welcome to your new home. You should feel honored. These days, the Bastille is reserved for madmen, deviants, and traitors. So, the question is, did you kill someone important? Or fuck someone important? Hmm? Not that it makes much difference now. Here we're all well and truly fucked.
They're coming! They're
Ain't that the truth?
Forget about escape. It's a fool's dream.
Where'd you come by this, piss pot?
I'm in no mood for this. Give it back.
Take it back. If you think you can.
Someone recognizes potential and the watch that he was carrying.
Stop wasting your time, piss pot. Fight!
Dance, boy!
Well struck, piss pot. See if your defense is as good. So much effort for a broken antique.
The only broken antique in here is flapping his idiot jaw.
Say that again.
I've nothing more to say, old man.
Give him what for!
Take this bastard down.
Gotta say, it tanks quite a bit.
Relieved on the old man.
Give me what's mine, and go back to your crazy drawings, old man.
Drawings.
These here. Everywhere. Scribbled like chicken scratches all over this cell. Where?
Come here, you little piss pot.
Get your hands off me!
Look at the wall!
What are you doing?
Concentrate. Concentrate.
It's like, what are you doing?
Granted you all the brains of a wet fart, but try to concentrate.
It's so funny letting him wait here.
Open your eyes before I poke him out.
Knock, knock.
What's the matter? Crotch rot spread to your brain already? Focus. Come on, boy. I've had runny shits that were harder than this. What's the matter? Crotch rot spread to your brain already? Focus. I know God granted you all the brains of a wet fart, but try to concentrate.
Hello, Varrot. Welcome in, dude. Perfect timing there. You got, you joined us for the roasting of Arno. The piss pot. How are things going? I hope you had a good rest of your stream today with Disco Elysium. And welcome into all of you raiders. Hello, Spectrum. Welcome in. Howdy, howdy. Hello, I'm the Bearsuit. Welcome in, dude. Hello, Rod. Welcome in as well. Hello, Amita. Thank you so much for the 8 months of resubbing, Amita. And yeah, I hope everyone has a good day so far. Hello, Gorky. Welcome in as well, dude. Thanks, Amita. Yeah, having a good day over here and doing well. Definitely enjoying, you know, my replay of this game so far, and yeah, taking it a bit more with a historical focus. Unfortunately, we're having a few technical issues today, so that's why I don't see any overlays for the stream, because somehow OBS and Unity and full screen don't really comply that well at the moment. But yeah, apart from that, going pretty good. Thank you for the lurk, and I hope that work goes well for you today. And Rod, dude, thank you also for 17 months of resubbing. Holy shit, dude. It's pretty close to that infamous important number of 72 in Assassin's Creed. Thank you so much, Rod, for subbing for that many months, dude. I really appreciate it. And thank you also for all the support. Hello there, Torrent. Welcome in as well. Good day to you. Rod, cheers, dude. Stream went well. You got the body out of a tree. Oh, very nice. So how many in-game days did that take you to get the tree out of, to get the body out of a tree? Because it's kind of funny, right? When I play the game, I try to be somewhat competent. And it took me way too many days to actually get him out of there. I guess I wasn't so competent after all, even if I tried. Sucks about the technical issues, that's so annoying. Yeah, it definitely is. It's kind of like either I have overlays, or the game runs bad, or the game runs good and I don't have overlays. But I'm gonna do some deep dive investigations later for this game. Hopefully we get that resolved. So still on the first day. That's impressive. That definitely sounds very competent. Considering, you know, who the main character is. To get that done on the first day. It's gonna be interesting with a playthrough that you're doing, how the competence of Harry might also be impacted by how lucky he is, right? Because some of the dice rolls are not really like a guarantee if you're gonna get something done or not. Yeah, I hope so too, because so far it's only Unity that's kind of like acting up with that. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind, you know, keeping the stream a bit more minimal with the overlays. To be honest, you failed for first attempt, so I had to put skills into hand and eye coordination, so that helped. Ah, gotcha. That's definitely fair. Yeah, I've also done that, also with like items that boosted those stats to increase my chance of succeeding. But yeah, that's definitely a bit unforeseeable sometimes with a game.
What's the matter? Crotch rot spread to your brain already? Focus.
The crotch rot.
I know God granted you all the brains of a wet fart, but try to concentrate. What's the matter? Crotch rot spread to your brain already? Focus. Concentrate, pisspot. What's the matter? Crotch rot spread to your brain already? Focus. Concentrate, pisspot. Come on, boy. I've had runny shits that were harder than this. Open your eyes before I poke them out. Concentrate, pisspot. I know God granted you all the brains of a wet fart, but try to concentrate.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what's happening today. Like if OBS is the issue or if it's like Unity. I have no idea. I really hope it's gonna be the last kind of like crash of this sorts or like, you know, major technical issue, because otherwise I might have to cut the stream short and actually do some deeper investigations here before, you know, the first part or the third part, I guess, ends up, you know, being like 4 different parts that I have to edit together. But yeah, sorry about that interruption there. OBS couldn't handle that for some reason. Yeah, the insults from Belek were just too much. OBS failed to concentrate.
You're insane, partner.
You're absolutely right. It's like so fun to trigger stuff like this, and that gave me plenty of new insults. You're insane, partner. No, you, Seraph. Welcome in.
Metrocoitus.
Welcome in, Metrocoitus. Thank you, Rod. Welcome back as well to you. And yeah, hopefully the game doesn't crash again. Let's get back to it.
What are they?
Between the pair of you,
Messages from the past.
can't see a single
Had yourself
nugget.
thrown into half the prisons in Paris in search of these. What's your name, boy?
Arno. Arno Victor Dorian.
Dorian. Of course. Pierre Belek. I knew your father.
Bully for you.
He died at Versailles. In what? 76? 77? December, as I recall. No witnesses.
How did you...
Your father was an assassin, Arno. He gave his life, fighting for the liberty of all mankind. If you stick with me, you might just live long enough to join the Brotherhood. Honor your father's memory.
Listen, I'm sure your little cult is a delightful bunch, but I'm not interested. The only thing I care about is finding Elise.
How are you planning on doing that from in here? Hmm? Again! Ow! Focus, Pisspaw!
What the hell is going on out there?
Citizens are restless. Keep an ear open. Opportunity might just come knocking soon.
That was cannon fire.
Sometimes opportunity sounds a lot like cannon fire.
Secure the prisoners.
Follow my lead.
Are you fucking insane? It's so funny hearing Kim say that in the clip that you sent. Because it's like something that's so unlike Kim, you know, most of the time, because he's like so composed and show most of the time. But seeing him snap like that, you know, it's like a rare thing, so you can only imagine what Harry must have done to get him to that point. Unity writers before Rogue was written. He was assassinated by some random killer. Rogue writers years later. Well, no, actually, so it was this character we made up for the game and made him to be the killer. Yeah, it definitely creates like consistency issues, you know, and then games like Unity get blamed for like not having Shay in them or something. Even though they didn't even know about Shay even being a character to begin with. So yeah, that doesn't help. But lots of people assume only because a game is set before another one in, you know, chronological order, but it also means they kind of like wrote the story in that order, which, yeah, wasn't the case whatsoever. Thank you, I'm in a bear suit. Welcome back as well to you. And welcome back, Dex. Another first redeem. Who knows how many more you're gonna be able to, you know, snatch today. Yeah, for sure, Rod. Yeah, this is technically the third stream today, so I guess 3 so far. Pierre Bellec. Born in New France sometime around 1740, Pierre Bellec joined the French colonial militia at the age of 16, at the start of the 7 Years' War. He served with some distinction, earning a commendation for valor at the Battle of Fort Bow, but mustered out and traveled to France in 1762. As luck would have it, just barely missing a massive purge of a colonial branch of the Brotherhood by the Templars. Don't worry, those don't happen anymore. Well, hardly ever. You know what? Lock your doors, just to be safe. He seems to have settled in Paris, judging from the numerous arrest records in his name over the next 2 decades. He may have been at the Bastille in 1789, but no conclusive proof naming him as one of the prisoners has ever surfaced. Yeah, Dex. Gotta put those points in an exchange trading fund. Come back a few years in the future to recheck.
Prison is up against the wall.
On whose authority?
I told you this was going to end badly.
Silence! Stay back! Prison is up against the wall. Stay back!
Right, let's get out of this show.
You there! Oh, run like you mean it!
No matter what happens, stay close.
Get me out of here! Hold on, damn ya! I'm coming! Death to the tyrant! Keep them off me for a bit, pissed off. One of them stabs me.
What is he doing? He's just running away. What's taking you so long, Bellec?
Much too slow!
We have a problem.
Let's get it!
Lovely.
Take your time! Look at those bastards in my sleep. In your own time!
You've got to be kidding.
Got it! Let's go, Pip-Pop! They've reached the inner courtyard. We're done with you. See if I don't!
What are you doing, Bellec? The fuck?
While the crowd has them occupied.
you go. The beginnings of a French Revolution. Well, Arno's just walking on air. That's how things happened. The game is just a bit glitchy right now. Perfect time for the credit scene. The title scene, I mean.
Bloody serious out there. This way! Fire! Fire, damn you! Stop. There's no escaping justice! You there! Come on!
Nowhere to run, prisoners.
Buckle yourselves! Prisoners, halt!
There's nowhere to run.
Throw down your weapons! Stop right there! Drop your weapons! I see you!
What is Belex? What the fuck? What is the game? Okay. Like something is seriously not correct with this game. I have no idea what. I'm gonna do something here because sometimes physics and all that can glitch out due to things like refresh rate and VSync. I'm gonna turn VSync off. I'm gonna see if anything happens going forward that maybe creates less issues. Even this guy is like stuck. What the fuck, game? Dude, it's like the universe is trying to send me a message today that I shouldn't be playing and streaming Unity or something. Between the OBS and Unity issues, like what the fuck? I like how the last position of me is like Sparta kicking someone. This music, Assassin's Creed insanity. This is the definition of insanity. Do I have my frame rate locked to 60 or variable? Well, I had VSync enabled and that should lock my FPS to 60 naturally, shouldn't it? But yeah, right now I disabled VSync and I guess now it's like expanded. But yeah, maybe I'm gonna go into NVIDIA control panel and lock the frames to 60. But I was never aware of like this game having any issues of running like above 60. At least this is not one of the games listed on PC Gaming Wiki having issues with that in particular, but I did read that NVIDIA 30 and 40 series cards might have some issues with this game, but that's mostly related to like the sky flickering or something, which I actually don't have any issues with. So that's why I didn't do that fix there, but maybe it's something I should still try out for next time. The Animus needs a reboot. Yeah. Yeah, I never had issues with this game either in this regard, so it's quite weird. Good morning, Lizzie. Welcome in. Hope you're having a nice morning so far. Okay, so let me try restarting checkpoint.
Bloody serious out there. This way! Fire! Fire, damn you! Stop the prisoners! Prisoners! Give up! Nowhere to go! Throw down your weapons! Oh, yeah, you flesh trap! Yeah! Drop your weapons!
Where now? Up! Brilliant, and how do we get down again?
Trust me! I surrender! I surrender! Through here!
What are you waiting for, Pisspot? It's time to jump.
What? Prison scrambled your brains, old man.
Drink took care of that a long time ago. Now get up here!
I can't, that's impossible!
Impossible? That's the purview of every assassin boy! If you can pluck your head out of your own arse, come find us. You'd make a great fit. Goodbye, Pisspot!
You! Back away from the ledge!
Please? That's some welcome.
One can't be too careful. Not after what happened.
Elise,
Haven't you done enough to repay my father's kindness?
Elise, please. You can't believe I killed Monsieur de la Serre. Your father... he wasn't the man you thought he was. Neither of our fathers were.
I know exactly who my father was, Arnaud. And I know who yours was. I suppose it was inevitable. You an assassin, me a Templar.
You?
Does that shock you? My father always meant for me to follow in his footsteps. Now all I can do is avenge him.
I swear to you, I had nothing to do with his death.
But you did.
No. No! By my life, I swear I didn't. Is that...
A letter intended for my father the day he was murdered. Read it.
Grandmaster de la Serre, I have learned through my agents that an individual within our order plots against you. I beg you to be on your guard at the initiation tonight. Trust no one, not even those you call friends. May the Father of Understanding guide you. L.
I found that on the floor of my father's room. A no pin.
I didn't know.
Neither did my father.
How could I have known?
Just go. Please.
Oh, how could you have known Arno? Maybe to read other people's mails? That's how you would have known? No privacy.
The devil is this supposed to mean?
Paris is now open. You can now explore the city or play the next single-player mission to continue Arno's story. Hell yeah. The storming of a Bastille. With the price of bread at an all-time high in July of 1789, Paris was on the brink of revolt. Believe me, at that stage it had been revolting for some time. When word reached the city that Louis XVI had dismissed his finance minister, it was taken as a sign of an impending coup attempt by the conservative factions within the government. Seeking to arm themselves against this coup, a procession of radicals gathered and headed for the left bank, where they seized some 40,000 muskets from the armory at the Hôtel des Invalides. However, there was no powder or shot to be had, and so the revolutionaries made for the Bastille. At the time, there were over 30,000 pounds of powder and shot stored within the prison. The governor, Bernard-René Delaunay, had less than 100 men, mainly veteran soldiers and Swiss guards, to hold the prison against perhaps 1,000 insurgents. Delaunay refused to surrender, and his forces were quickly overwhelmed. The powder was seized, and the prisoners, all 7 remaining in the Bastille, were freed. When told of the attacks by the Duke of La Rochefoucauld, Louis XVI was reported to ask, "Is it a revolt?" The Duke replied, "No, sire, it is a revolution." You say tomato, I say tomato. Actually, that one doesn't work quite so well written down. Also Brebeck. Alright. You're so freaking tired, Lizzie. Gotta go get some sleep, have a great stream. No worries whatsoever, Lizzie. Definitely hope you get, you know, a bit more rest and sleep. And, yeah, catch you next time. That is true, Rod. He's not an assassin yet, he's only been accused of assassinating. There's a subtle difference in that. A letter?
See that ladder there?
Yes, I can see it, Kim. Technically, it's the delivery guy's fault. He took too long. That is true. He wouldn't have gotten there in time, I guess. But maybe he would have still made sure that he got the letter in person before the day ends.
marche à la Bastille, et partout l'ardeur brille. Les citoyens de tout rang, gris, blanc, templant, tirelire en blanc, suivant les drapeaux flottants, vont d'un air intrépide, rien ne les intimide. De tous côtés on entend gris, blanc, templant, tirelire en blanc, le bruit de l'air intonant contre la capitale, aux Bastilles fatales. Tu vas dans quelques instants, gris, blanc, templant, tirelire en blanc, céder aux bras triomphants de nos bras assiégeants. Marche à la Bastille, et partout l'ardeur brille, d'un envers triomphant, gris, blanc, templant, tirelire en blanc, le bourgeois tambour battant, marche à la Bastille.
Composed in 1790, the song glorifies the events surrounding July 14th, 1789, and recounts the episode that led to the taking of the Bastille. Rather than surrender, the Bastille's governor, Delaunay, chose to resist. The text is unusual in that the taking of the Bastille is attributed to the bourgeoisie, and not to the people in general. Yeah, what a gem. It's kinda cool they recorded these songs, the revolutionary songs, together, and by getting more cafes around the city you also unlock more songs that you then can also hear within the cafes. Alright, we also got an update for Elise de la Serre. Seems likely she was getting a healthy dose of Templar training indoctrination during this time. Must be nice to get your training along the French Riviera. I had to make do with a leaky shed in Wolverhampton. After her father's death, she seemed to vanish from documented history, likely as a result of revolutionary efforts to purge records of the nobility. All the Templars trying to cover up one of their regime changes. Parkour. Yeah, there we go. Now we have full access to the entire map of Paris, which is pretty cool, you know, how early the game opens up and how much content you can already be doing. Obviously, I'm not gonna be doing all the chests and collectibles, so I'm just gonna stick to missions here. But yeah, there's quite a lot already available here at this stage. Primarily, you know, the Paris stories and the murder mysteries. We're gonna be doing one more main story mission though before we actually start with our very first Paris story. Which will actually be this one, the Great Escapist. But yeah, next is gonna be the main story. However, before we get into that, I would actually like to take a break here. I know the stream says that I've only been streaming for half an hour, but I've actually been streaming for more than 3 hours now. With interruptions and technical issues and all that. So I will be taking a break now, and then I will return for a bit longer, and yeah, then we're gonna dive into the side content as well finally of this game. Lies. The numbers say something different. Ah yes, the rope ladder. It has 2 parts, the rope and the ladder. See that ladder there? Yeah, the famous rope ladder. Who doesn't know it? Very famous indeed. Thank you, Rod. And yeah, catch you guys in a bit. That is, if my stream doesn't crash. Catch you guys in a bit. Alright, we are back with more of AC Unity and Technical Issue Simulator. And yeah, we are currently in the second sequence of a game. We've only done main story so far and yeah, reading a lot of a database. And we're gonna carry on with the next main story mission, which is Rebirth, the initiation of Arno into the Assassin Brotherhood. And only then are we actually gonna start doing some side content with some Paris stories and social club missions. And I think even some co-op actually. Yeah, there's going to be actually quite a bit of side content in between this next main story mission and the one afterwards. But yeah, let's make our way here to the main story. The Sainte-Chapelle. The Sainte-Chapelle, or Holy Chapel, was built by Louis XIV, later canonized as Saint Louis, to house Christ's crown of thorns, which he had just purchased from Baldwin II of Constantinople. Louis purchased the crown of thorns, that means Christ didn't travel into the future to buy crowns of thorns from Baldwin II of Constantinople. He had ready access to thorns in biblical times. He didn't need to go all the way to Constantinople to find some bloke called Baldwin II. Also, Baldwin II, so Baldwin I suffered for life with that god-awful name, then decided to give it to his son as well? Some people. The edifice is a unique example of seemingly invisible stonework, since its windows take up all the space between the structural supports. Perhaps more extraordinary is that it was built in just 2 years, between 1246 and 1248. Believe me, I'm very familiar with European builders. Nothing else in the history has ever been built in just 2 years. Not even a small wall or a miniature water feature. That is true. It is set on 2 levels. The lower level was for Parisians and the people of the court. The upper level was for the king and his family. On important occasions, the king presented a crown, taken from the reliquary to which he alone had the key, to the kneeling congregation. It came close to being demolished during the revolution, but would eventually be used as a flower store, a clubroom for the section de la Cité, and finally a store for archiving old papers, which effectively saved it, since it served the people. It bore a sign proclaiming national property for sale until 1837. All the sacred vessels and precious books had long since disappeared. Thank you, Rod. Yeah, I had a good break, and welcome back as well to you. I've done like a few more also research on possible solutions, at least for the game itself. But yeah, I'm gonna see if that maybe has some positive influence on the rest of the stream. No such thing as bad buildings, just bad buildings build us. I can imagine that in Witcher 4. But yeah, that is very true. Truth. And thank you for welcome back, Dr. Darling. Welcome back as well to you. Yeah, Unity and technical issues. Quite an iconic combo. Don't want to get spiked by these here. Good thing they're like slightly tilted down, because if we're tilted up and you had to kind of like accidentally fall here, would be a rough way to go. At least you can enjoy this amazing view while dying. It wouldn't tickle. Yeah, I think it would be a bit more of a sensation than just tickly. The Palais de Justice. This ancient and ornate building that overlooks the Tour de Horloge, with its elaborate clock featuring figures of justice and law, was initially built in 1296 by Philip IV of France, in spite of his financial worries. It was here that he consolidated the dispensation of justice, although the judges soon came to be infamous for their corruption. During the revolution, the Palais housed a much-feared revolutionary tribunal. By the looks of it, it's in full effect here. Now that Arnaud is out of prison, it's time to track down Belek and get some answers from the old man.
I suppose a simple address would be too mundane.
C'est faux. La révolution sera le triomphe du peuple. Elle assurera le bien-être du plus grand nombre.
It wouldn't be Assassin's Creed like a simple dress. It's gotta be some elaborate puzzle that only assassins can solve.
If you can pluck your head from your own arse, come find us.
Nice Belek impression, Arno. Spot on. The only Arno you recognize is Arno Schwarzenegger. That's the one. That's his long-lost cousin. They were video game level designers way before the time. They were like, listen, I know for us, for people to find us, you know, it would be way more convenient to be easy. But why not make it like really elaborate and actually have to test their skills?
This medallion must play into it somehow.
Like, how about we play a game? Even left us a throne here. Funny way of sitting on a throne, Arno, but it's very assassin-y like, at least.
What's the light supposed to illuminate?
And the level of detail in this game, just like looking at the windows here.
Took you long enough, piss pot.
What is this place?
The sanctuary. A place we can train and prepare, away from the eyes of our enemies.
Didn't we just escape from a dungeon?
It's not a dungeon. It's a nerve center. From these tunnels, we can get anywhere in the city, all without being seen. We have eyes everywhere.
Really? Seems visibility would be a problem. Wouldn't you prefer something with a view?
This place has served us well for 600 years, piss pot.
Mm-hmm. And how long were you standing in the dark waiting for me?
Not long. Guillaume spotted you from the bell tower.
Well, it was quite the entrance.
Are you mocking me?
No, no. God's truth. Very theatrical.
Shut up. We're here.
The candidate will approach.
We do like a casting here. You know, like one of those singing casting shows. Arno has to present his best talent. When he gets voted to be in the next round or not. Paris Revolutionary next talent.
So, the son of Charles Dorion returns to us. Belek thought you wouldn't come, but changed your mind.
I'm tired of running from my failures. Monsieur de la Serre, my father. I want to make it right.
The death of Grand Master de la Serre weighs on you. Why? Did you wield the blade yourself?
Does it matter? The blame still lies with me.
إن ذنوبه تكل كيلي. هل أنت متأكد من؟
أنا كذلك. إنه قادر على مواجهة المحاكمة. سيكون جيدا.
Very well. Out of the dark you come into the light. From the light you will return to the dark. Are you prepared to travel the Eagle's path?
If that's a fancy way of asking, do I want your help? Yes.
Then drink.
Oh, did he rot? Damn, dude. I didn't actually know that. But it's really unfortunate. I thought he was such a great actor here for Mirabeau. Really gave the character a lot of depth, I think, with the delivery of his lines. And I think Mirabeau was also a really interesting character. You know, how he tried to kind of like negotiate between the Templars and Assassins. At the same time also being influenced by the king. Being an aristocrat that represents the third estate, like the populace. At the same time not really being viewed upon favorably by his own estate, by the aristocracy. But yeah, I thought, you know, the actor has done a great job, kind of like capturing the essence of the character. Rest in peace.
What's happened? Hello?
Can't I go with you, Father?
Courage, my boy. You wait just here. I will return when this hand reaches the top, and there is to be no mischief.
Father!
Where is that boy? I'm certain. You should be well aware.
Father, it's me! I'm here!
Absolutely love when
Monsieur de la Serre will see it the instant he returns.
Absolutely love when Ubisoft Montreal is doing these kind of like surreal dream sequences. The symbolism, you know, in how, you know, those scenes connect, you know, the father death, the guilt that he's carrying, to the letter that he had to deliver to his adoptive father, another guilt he's carrying. You know, that's like, I think also, when people make a comparison between Arno and Ezio, I think a very important distinction is also that for Ezio it's really all about revenge at first. At least once he decides to take that path. For Arno, I think it's more like guilt-driven and, you know, he's trying to redeem himself, you know, like he's trying to do better. He's, you know, kind of blaming himself even though it's not his fault really. So yeah, he's kind of like trying to prevent such things from happening again. Which is a very important distinction, I think, to make to revenge, you know, and I think that's where Elise comes in. She's kind of like the revenge type character in the game. And also trying to showcase what happens if you're so dead set on taking revenge without, you know, caring too much about losses. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, also to think of Origins and that, you know, scene with Bike fighting against the snake and then, you know, being like reborn among like lotus flowers and reclaiming his heart, which then stands for Chemo. I don't know. It's like so many great moments in those kind of like surreal sequences that can be achieved. That are very meaningful to like the internal struggles of a protagonist. For sure, yeah, that's what I was also saying earlier when someone was kind of like mentioning the comparison between Ezio and Arno, that it's kind of like on a surface level you might think they're quite similar, you know, like they're charming. They're like a rich European, you know, young dude. And they both have like similar type of hair, I guess. Reminds me of like, you know, when we talked about how Eivor surely must be related to Edward because they both have been to Britain and they're both blonde. I mean, surely they must be related. You know, very like surface level, kind of like looking at things.
Not to repay my father's kindness.
You must receive it today. It's very
important. I heard you the first time.
He's killed Lord de la Serre.
You can pluck your head from your own arse. Come find us. You make a fine fit.
I found that on the floor of my father's study.
You know, this scene always reminds me of Batman Begins. When, you know, Batman or Bruce, I guess, is kind of like being initiated into the Shadow Society. And they're also like, you know, clothed in full black. And he's trying to find one single person in the mass of him, which is Ra's al Ghul. It's of course more like, you know, visually similar, but yeah, you know, given that both are kind of like introduction, kind of like initiation scenes. There's definitely some similarity on a narrative level. Oh damn, is Arno tripping boards? He sure is. He drank that magic potion. He's like getting reborn. His brain is getting rewired. What exactly? You mean Ezio wasn't taken by a Templar? Ezio didn't have a love interest whose father is a Templar, and she became one too. Arno only has eyes for Elise. Ezio is shown with several women. Ezio can make wisecracks, but not as often as Arno. And Arno has this very different sense of humor as well. That's very true, like all true. And there's like so many more things that, you know, really differentiate the two characters. But yeah, I guess if you have like two similarities, then, you know, they're pretty much the same character. Yeah, it's a really cool scene. Definitely one of my favorites. Like his training with the Shadow Society.
These are the words spoken by our ancestors, the words that lay at the heart of our creed.
Stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent.
Hide in plain sight.
Never compromise the Brotherhood.
Let these tenets be branded upon your mind. Follow them and be uplifted. Break them at your peril. Rise, assassin. Arno Dorian is dead. He has been culled from this world, his sins and failures turned to dust. Tonight he is reborn, a novice of the Assassin Brotherhood.
Such violence in the world. So little room for love and beauty.
That is fitting. Arno's just dead set on using his hidden blade there. So much violence in the word. You mean Ezio is just a copy of Mario? Both are good at jumping and are Italian. Same is true for Luigi. As much as you love Origins, it's a shame this game was the last game to try to break new ground with the parkour mechanics. It really is, you know, one of those features and gameplay pillars that made Assassin's Creed indistinguishable from other games. And kind of like a, yeah, pioneer in a way, you know? And yeah, they really scrapped that in favor of like simmering things down and making them more streamlined and just more accessible, I guess. And yeah, I mean, you know, many people really struggled with the parkour mechanics, like accidentally jumping off a building, because they think that pressing A few times means you're jumping like upwards, even though it means you're doing like a 180 backwards, you know. Those kind of things, you know, really frustrated lots of people, I guess. And I guess for Ubisoft at that point, it was more important to make the experience enjoyable. But yeah, I guess in general, Origins definitely catered a lot to like what people didn't want at the time, you know? Like they also used Black Flag's rating system to actually design missions in Origins. And the tailing missions in Black Flag have also been infamously disliked, I guess, by a lot of the players. So that's why we didn't have like much of tailing missions whatsoever in Origins. But yeah, in regards to like parkour was definitely a mistake, you know, because you have like not the same environments, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't have like decent parkour mechanics. But yeah. Hello there, Spicy Chicken. Welcome in. And good day. Yeah, I love that Hidden Blade review there. Yeah, they definitely could have expanded on Arnaud's story. But yeah, I think with Unity and Syndicate, they kind of like kickstarted the whole like one game per setting trend, I guess. But yeah, I mean, with Mirage, I guess they at least gotten us another game that was at least close, you know, to one before. So maybe that's something that they're gonna return to again in the future, like having a game shortly set before or after another game.
Welcome back. Now that you've experienced life as an assassin, are you willing to pick up the fight and join us? Deacon, load the file.
Coming up.
We lifted a media file from Abstergo last month, and the information it contains is astounding. But we won't share these things with just anyone. By pressing play, you'll be joining the assassins. If you want to fight the Templar menace, if you're willing to save civilization from Abstergo's clutches, press play, sit back, and ready yourself for the truth. Good choice. Welcome to the Assassins, Initiate.
In the 1950s, it was theorized that human DNA worked via the triple helix model. Some years later, the work of Crick and Watson demolished this theory in favor of the double helix. Today, we know the double helix to be indisputably the basis of all life. So why did the triple helix theory gain so much traction? Why did Rosalind Franklin's X-rays seem to confirm it? It turns out that their initial samples had been taken from small traces of precursor DNA, the rare genes of an ancient race embedded in our own. We now know that triple helix DNA is the foundation of the precursor genome. It is the genetic Rosetta Stone of our age. If we can crack it open, if we can sequence the full precursor genome, there is no limit to the knowledge we will gain. Using Animus technology, precursor history will be open to us for the first time ever. Ancient languages will be unlocked, and ancient technology will be ours for the taking. Imagine what will be possible if we master the technology that underpins the pieces of Eden. Such discoveries would surpass 100-fold the splitting of the atom. Last year, we located a rich sample of precursor DNA in a donor whose genes contained human and precursor DNA at an incredible 25-to-1 ratio. Our work will begin with this sample. Our goal is to unravel the triple helix, sequence the precursor genome, and change the world for the better, forever. Welcome to the Phoenix Project.
So, this is where we stand. Last year, Abstergo acquired the body of a man we call a Sage, one of a rare breed of humans with a surplus of ancient DNA. This sparked a search for more Sages, in the present and in the past. The more Abstergo finds, the closer they get to their final goal. We've blocked their recent attempts to find more, but Abstergo will not stop looking until they sequence a full precursor genome. So, why Arnaud Dorian? Why chase an assassin through the French Revolution? It turns out, at some point in his life, Arnaud came into contact with another Sage. We need you to find out when and where these meetings took place. If Arnaud was present for this Sage's death, it might lead Abstergo straight to his body. Naturally, we'd like to find it first. This is where you come in. It won't be simple. Genetic memory must be tackled in sequence to keep the data stable. But we're confident you're up to the task. And you won't be alone. Other initiates, assassins just like you, are doing their part to end this fight. If you need more training, more experience, you can call on them for help. All right. Loading the next sequence. I've got something else for you. The more time you spend with Arnaud, the more data we'll have to increase your synchronization with him, and to activate his abilities. Here, have a look at this.
So as you saw, the date that was just displayed by the game was the 4th of January 91. That's because that's when the next main story mission takes place, but yeah, we're still gonna stay in the year 89 because there's still a few more events that happen before the next main story mission. So the date displayed here is kind of like irrelevant to the content we're doing for now. But I really love that presentation, I guess, from Abstergo in regards to the triple helix and you know, the precursor genomes. I like the way they designed it and structured it, I guess. You can also really tell that, you know, they want to kind of like tease, you know, certain kind of like settings, you know, going through like the timeline, you know. You saw like the Russian Revolution, for instance, and the American War for Independence. You know, there's like lots of potential settings, I guess, that are kind of like teasing with the DNA that Abstergo is accessing, which is pretty cool to see. So yeah, it's always quite nice to rewatch, I think. John Standish, yeah. The Sage from Black Flag. That Abstergo killed and then, I guess, took his DNA. And yeah, I also did really like Bishop, for sure. I mean, she was like pretty straightforward, but that isn't a bad trait to have. What you think all we needed to do was have the next game after Unity have a dedicated parkour tutorial and playground where you could spend time learning the ins and outs, and once you master those, you could then start learning the advanced mechanics. That would have been really good. They could have included that similar to how Brotherhood has done it, with like in-animus training. Because it did also have like some parkour levels and stuff where I could really like train and run against the clock and stuff like that. It's definitely a shame because Origins, of course, was built on Unity's engine. Like when Montreal developed Origins, they started with Unity and had even the mechanics and like character model of Arno early on, running around the pyramids. So there isn't like that much, I guess, that would have held them back from including some of the Unity mechanics. Was definitely very conscious decisions, I guess, not to do it and to streamline it. Modern day content and lore, you sure do miss the stuff. Yeah, and this was also one of the like lesser modern day stories, I guess, of the early ones. But still much better than what we have nowadays. Yeah, Dex, that's a pass. I have plenty of precursor DNA already. Don't need any more. Okay, so we can now also start getting our first few skills here. Would definitely be good to get a ranged weapon. Double assassination also very good. Let's start with double assassination. I don't want to miss out on this. There's gonna be too many situations where I run two guards that are standing together and think I have double assassination just because I'm so used to having it. And then with every skill point we can get, you know, skills that are easier to get. Like environmental blending, the apprentice locksmith, and then the ranged weapon. But yeah, let's start with double assassination.
One last thing. While you've been busy, I had Deacon do some poking around in Arno's memories. Seems he was a busy guy. See that symbol? That's a co-op mission. I play a lot of games multiplayer. I don't know about you, but I thought you'd like to mix it up a little. These are missions Arno ran with his assassin buddies, so they'll give you an idea of what our organization's about. Just walk into the glitch and you'll get all the details. I've marked them on your map.
Absolutely love that early Arno look. It's very minimalistic in its design, but very elegant. And you see all Ubisoft friends who have played Unity in-game. I mean, you primarily see people from your guild, I guess, in the hideouts, but I think it might also place your friends that kind of compare against. But yeah, I mean, you can technically go to play together. And they can go to invite people, and that will kind of like go from your contact list of friends. You can like set it to friends, and then you can, you know, see people who have played the game from your friend list, I guess. Or you can just set it to only your club members. But yeah, my club is probably quite dead. Unless someone is kind of like playing like actively. But yeah, it's a pretty old club because I started this like ages and ages ago. when I actually played Unity Co-op like daily for quite a few months. But yeah, club lifespan 3,192 days. Unfortunately, only 5 out of 11 objectives completed. Because there's not any club competitions anymore, which means you can't get those objectives done. Okay, so we are not going to jump straight into the next main story mission. Instead, we're going to do some side content, and that will include this being our next mission here, the Great Escapist. But on the way, we can definitely do some social club renovations, because we will also shortly start doing some of those. And it will also mean like a bit of extra income early on in the game. I really wish that the series was a bit more political in the sense of both Templars and Assassins influencing the modern day events. The Assassins having an easy alliance with Napoleon, then breaking the alliance with him that eventually leads to him losing at Waterloo to the Templars backed British. No side should have been the goody two shoes. That's fair, yeah. Kind of like wanted to kind of like take maybe more of a political stance for either faction at least. I feel like with Napoleon, I feel like it was more like between Arno and Napoleon than the Assassins and Napoleon war. But yeah, I do get it though.
What's into the problem? The revolution.
There's also like newspaper articles. This is from 91 though, so I'm not gonna read this yet. We're still staying in the year 89 for now. Oh, that's from 89 though. Le Patriote 1789. Latude escapes again. Years ago, Jean-Henri Latude made quite a career of his exploits, escaping from the prison of Vincennes, then the Bastille, then Vincennes again. This time, however, he escaped from a crowd of well-wishers trying to shake his hand. The crowd pressed a bit closely for the escape artist, and he was compelled to rush away. Jacques Beck. Following the hullabaloo we all rightfully raised on his behalf, the king has eased off and reappointed Necker to oversee the country's finances. Hear for King Louis. Monsieur, Mademoiselle Lenormand. Seer of the old city, the Eau-de-la-Cité has its own Sibyl. Mademoiselle Lenormand is able to see one's future using her unique tarot cards, designed by the woman herself. Treat yourself to a peek into the what is soon to be. So we're all kind of connected to different Paris stories. You know, this is connected to the crazy woman who kind of like tells you who to kill and who can see in the future. Now this is actually something I do like super late into the timeline because she's presented as an old woman in this game, and the time frame in which she actually supposedly has done those is not in 1789 as the newspaper indicates. It's actually in the 1810s. So super late into the timeline. Like even post Dead King's timeline. So I feel like these newspaper articles are more like inspired by guiding you towards Paris stories, but that don't actually, you know, match historically. to the actual year they've been written in. At least not with all the entries here. Some of them probably. The good Marquis de Lafayette has been confirmed as Commander-in-Chief of the new National Guard. With him in charge, order is no doubt to be swiftly restored. The troubles of the past weeks swept under the damask silks. Republicanism, violence. Surely Monsieur Desmoulins paints a rather bellicose picture. Can we not turn to reason and dialogue rather than to blows? With all the advances made in this age of enlightenment, brutality would seem rather out of place. You sweet summer shout. That is just the start of true violence about to happen. Not even getting started yet.
You tired of living, maggot? You! Hold there! I'll stomp on you so hard your spine'll shatter like so many eggshells!
Like so many eggshells? For how many then? Yeah, that actually kind of reminds me of Origins, Afro. The kind of like backing of someone who you think stands for like freedom and, you know, liberating one's country. But then, you know, it ends up actually working against you. Like something similar definitely happened with Cleopatra and Bark and Aya, I feel. But yeah, it's definitely like in Origins, I quite like that plot line of Aya trusting wrong person and how that influences. I mean, it basically kickstarts, you know, the assassins forming. Okay, let's get the Café de Eau de la Cité. Hello, Keone, welcome in, and good day. I do really like Unity. Yeah, it's definitely among my more favorite Assassin's Creed games in the series. Love the setting and the story and, you know, the parkour and the meaningful side content and all that. It's definitely a really good game. It's of course not perfect by any means. Has plenty of flaws, but yeah, I think it's really good. Okay. Didn't get any updates here, did we? Oh yeah, we came across the Pont Neuf. This new bridge is now the oldest existing bridge in Paris. The laying of the first stone in May 31st, 1578 was a tearful occasion for Henry III, who had just lost two of his favorite minions in a duel. The king was coming out of the funeral service and it was raining. Always ready for a laugh, the Parisians subsequently dubbed the bridge Le Pont de Pleurs, or the Bridge of Tears. The Pont Neuf was a unique bridge in its time, the first to be built in stone, the widest, the most accessible, and unlike the other bridges of Paris back then, no houses were built along the bridge's spans. You're starting to appreciate Syndicate too. Yeah, I think Syndicate definitely also had a lot going for it. I think back when Syndicate launched, it suffered a little bit from like Assassin's Creed fatigue. Because I don't think it like did, you know, anything like spectacularly great in terms of like being an Assassin's Creed game, but it was like really solid and quite fun. But yeah, I remember back when I played Syndicate, I really enjoyed the game, but at the same time, I really wanted something fresh and new. And yeah, Origins kind of like delivered that, at least in, you know, other regards. But yeah, Syndicate is fun though. I always like revisiting the game. The Place de Fort. In 1601, Henry IV announced that a public square, triangular in fact, would be created and given to the first president of a parliament, Akio de Harlay, who had remained loyal to Henry during the Wars of Religion. Harlay divided the square, situated away from the traffic on the bridge, into 12 lots in 1608. The houses built were rented by artisans, tailors and printers, booksellers and officers of a nearby Palais de Justice. Up until 1633, one of the main attractions of the square, then a clutter of little houses, was the Tresto stage used by the famous Parisian farceur, tabarin Antoine Girard, who put on short Italian-style performances with his brother and the little theatre troupe. His motto was, "The world is merely deceived by charlatans." Acting the tabarin became a proverb that literally no one has ever used. And speaking of Henry, the original horse was cast in Florence and shipped to Paris in 1614 to await its king. The stallion stood riderless upon its pedestal for 21 years and was referred to by the Parisians simply as the bronze horse. At last the rider was made Henry IV, the Protestant king, who before taking the crown survived the Saint Bartholomew's Day massacre. To stabilize his throne, he converted to Catholicism, possibly uttering the apocryphal remark, "Paris is worth a mass." Although much beloved by his people, he was assassinated while riding in his carriage by religious fanatics François Ravaillac in 1610. During the revolution, the spot on which the statue stands was used as a meeting point and even as a recruiting office for volunteers willing to fight the Prussians. Okay, we're gonna wait with that song because that one has been written in 92. We're gonna stick to stuff from this year for now. Alrighty, let's make our way to our very first Paris story here. The Great Escapist.
Chaos! Your mother's milk! I abhor killing!
The Hospice des Enfants Trouvés. The meticulous chronicler Sébastien Mercier left evidence of the tens of thousands of children abandoned in Paris. Mercier spoke of these exposed children, who were often left on the steps of churches. The most famous among them was the philosopher d'Alembert, or in the towers of the convents. The Hôpital de la Charité, or Charity Hospital, was supposed to accommodate them with the income from certain fines, but new facilities were needed. With the financial support of Chancellor d'Allegre, a city square and a market bear his name, Queen Maria Theresa founded this hospice in 1670, situated in what is now the Square Trousseau. A subsidiary establishment would be built on the forecourt of Notre Dame. And speaking of which, there it is. Notre Dame. We're gonna have a look into Notre Dame later, but we can read up a bit on it and have a look from the outside. Notre Dame de Paris is the foremost monument in Paris and the historic heart of the capital. Its pavis is a point from which all the milestones on the roads of France are measured. Built over the course of nearly a century, from 1163 to 1250, it was one of the first buildings in Europe to employ flying buttresses, which allowed for much higher and thinner wards around the choir and the nave. Personally, the last thing I'd want near a choir is a thinner wall. Lock them in and soundproof a bugger, please. The flying buttresses also provided the support necessary for the inclusion of the church's famous and astonishing rose windows. During the Revolution, the Great Cathedral was variously used as food storage in a church dedicated to the cult of reason and later the cult of a supreme being. Many of its greatest treasures were looted, and in 1793 an angry mob decapitated the statues of the biblical kings of Judah that adorned Notre Dame, mistaking them for former kings of France. This is what happens when the uneducated lose their heads. Only the 10 great boats survived unscathed. The damage inflicted would not be repaired until 1845. Hello there, Zomp. Welcome in. And Happy New Year to you as well. Hope you had a good start into 2026 so far. And yeah, it's going pretty good over here. We finished The Last of Us Part 2, and now we're back with our historical chronology project. Playing some more Unity. But yeah, we're still quite early into the game. Just got initiated into the Brotherhood here as Arnaud.
Se rompre le cou.
Pont Rouge. A wooden painted bridge linked to the two islets, the Pont Rouge survived the revolution, but was soon destroyed and eventually replaced by the Pont St. Louis. Yeah, it doesn't look the most stable bridge, I would say.
Audacieux, très audacieux.
The Café Théâtre. Opened on Ile Saint-Louis in 1759, the Café Théâtre was one of the Paris's premier coffee houses for decades. Intellectuals, poets, philosophers, and actors flocked to its tables, and the salon was a center for political debate and discussion. Over the years, though, cafes like the Café Procope gradually supplanted it in prominence. By 1790, Café Théâtre was a shabby, rundown place more likely to host a second-rate bawdy comedy show than an impassioned debate. It experienced a resurgence during the Revolution and even opened several satellite locations around Paris and remained a fixture of the city's intelligentsia through World War I. It was also a central clearinghouse for the Parisian Brotherhood's intelligence gathering network, a concept that is so adorably French, I don't even have the words for it. So we're gonna wait with unlocking the Café Théâtre until a bit later, after the main story. We basically have to do our first assassination of Charles Gabriel Sylvain in the Notre Dame. Then do the council report, and then we can basically unlock the Café Théâtre. Some of yourself are closing in on the platinum for a #1 favorite game of all time of yours, Clair Obscur Expedition. Only the challenge posed by the absolute unit known as Simon remains as the final challenge, so you farm Illumina in hopes to get a boat ready to survive him. I don't blame you one bit, because yeah, Simon has been absolutely bonkers as a boss fight. In the end, I resorted to just trying to be lucky. You know that pig toss that gives you like a 50% chance to deal 20% damage or 50% damage? I used that and just try to get lucky, which eventually I did. But yeah, that boss fight was a lot. Best of luck with that one, and I definitely hope you get the platinum soon.
Il a l'air de s'amuser.
Quel important passe par là?
Oh nice, we're gonna jump straight into New Game Plus then. I would say when I eventually replay the game, I'm gonna view it quite differently upon replaying. I feel like the whole story will, you know, start to make a very different sense, of course. Knowing what's happening, you know, at the start of the game.
Usually just yell at people in the street.
Yeah, I actually went back and got for 4, you know, like all the achievements for Clair Obscur. Like, it took me quite a few months of break, but yeah, eventually I returned. Want to kind of like, you know, check out the other content. I was kind of like watching someone play the game, and then that got me into the spirit again. So I went back and then beat him. And like all the other content necessary for 100%ing. Peng Zomb. It was a really fun 100%. Definitely enjoyed it. Alright, so the first Paris story, historically to happen. The Great Escapist. Infiltrate the ruins of the Bastille to recover a famous rope ladder.
Years ago, when I escaped from the Bastille, I left behind the rope ladder I fashioned from twine and firewood. It's famous now, but the Bastille's guarded because of the looting. Could you, citizen, retrieve my rope and bring it back? It's somewhere in that vast edifice. You'll have to get the location from the quartermaster.
Citizen? Let's get that rope ladder.
Aucun ne doit en réchapper.
L'antécassonable propose une belle différence. Regardez ces amis, mais sinon anxieux. C'est quoi le risque? Rien de plus grave que ce que nous avons déjà vu. Le pire. Mais il est réchaud. Je n'ai pas arrêté de vous le répéter. Je vous ferai porter un message par l'un de mes hommes.
You might have heard of the base game Simon is no longer the hardest boss. Yeah, checked out the new DLC as well when it launched. And I've done like a few fights, but I didn't do more. I tried Evo Eskier once and didn't retry it because I couldn't be bothered. I was kind of happy when I, fully finished all the achievements. But yeah, I was also glad when I was done with all of it, I would say. But maybe at some point I will return to also do the new bosses that have been added. Remember also added like more encounters in the Endless Tower as well, I think. But yeah, that was another achievement I was glad to be done with. Yeah, he wasn't bothered in the slightest by this. Fair enough.
Not hearing things. What's that? Could have sworn I was just behind him.
Citizen!
Some one thing included in the DLCs is 4 new super bosses. In the Endless Tower, which you've heard said are so hard that Dracula's Simon is just a stepping stone. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I have no desire of even trying them. Because I already felt like Simon was a bit of a... I don't want to say bullshit, but kind of felt a little bit like bullshit. Boss with the final phase. Like, I mean, I don't like when there's no counterplay to certain mechanics, I guess, you know, when you can't do anything about it. So yeah. But I mean, it's nice for people who just want to have like even more challenges, I guess. But yeah, I think after having beaten the game 100% and Simon, I definitely got my share for now. Osalova Aura, welcome in.
Citizens.
Citizen. That dude is stuck in the wall. Are you fine? And thank you also for 48 months of resubbing, Aura. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a nice day so far.
Thank you, my friend. It makes a fine memento.
There we go. Our first para-story finished. The Great Escapist. Jean-Henri Latouche was thrown into prisons by Louis XV's mistress, Madame de Pompadour, albeit for good reason. Indeed, acting out of greed and ambition, he had amended a false conspiracy against her. He secretly sent her a vial of poison, followed by a letter warning her about the poison. Imprisoned in Vincennes, he escaped, was captured and locked up in the Bastille. He escaped again, using a makeshift rope ladder. Again captured and again sentenced to Vincennes, he escaped one last time. In 1787, he published his memoir, in which he recounted his various escapes from prison, including that of 1755, when he broke out of La Bastille through the chimney using the aforementioned rope ladder. When the Bastille was taken, he recovered the letter and offered it with a great pomp to the Hôtel de Ville. During the revolution, he seized every opportunity to present himself as a tormented victim of tyranny. The storied rope ladder can be found today in the Carnavalet Museum in Paris. That's the one aura. Yeah, I did beat that Simon. I kinda cheesed it though, I would say. Like I ended up using, you know, a really high damage Mao build to kind of like get through that third phase, because the thing is, the game kind of like forces you to do that, you know? So I wouldn't even say it was like cheese, because I still had to very much, you know, dodge and parry his attacks quite a few times. But yeah, in that final phase, you kind of like have to kill him, you know? Like with like lots of damage, so kind of like have to have a way of like inflicting a lot of damage at the same time. Oh damn, Zomb. Yeah. So staying alive for almost 10 minutes. And how far did you get the boss health bar down? In those 9 minutes and 23 seconds. The rope ladder has two parts, the rope and the ladder. Rod made the same joke earlier. But yeah, it's it definitely is one of those words that really has to be used for the joke. cheese is fine, he's lactose intolerant. That's just perfect, really, isn't it? You can cheese and he doesn't really get to stomach it. Win-win situation. The way Arno's walking.
Monsieur, bonjour à vous. Excuse me. You get nothing from me, you mongrels! Ah, Seigneur.
Bit too late, wa? Okay, so next we have to do some social club missions that take place in July. And for that we have to go to the Ventre de Paris, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's go here and see if we can find oh yeah, selective, that's better. We can find the social club to renovate. Let's also grab some viewpoints on the way here. Oh damn, so 1/50 of a health bar. Of the first health bar in like almost 10 minutes. Jesus. That would take like ages to get done. Yeah, that's the other thing, you know, like dealing enough damage, but then also surviving incoming damage for a long enough time. Yeah, that's what I also thought, you know, because when it was announced that there would be new bosses being added to the Endless Tower, I was like in the middle of getting the trophy for that and fighting myself through the stages. And when that update launched, I was like literally in like the last final stages. I was like, please don't tell me that I have to redo or have to like do all of the extra content just to trigger the trophy. Thankfully, I didn't have to do that. So many games, so little time. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of games I would like to be playing right now. It's definitely easier just taking it one by one. The Hotel de Ville. In 1246, Louis IX invented the position of Provost of the Merchants, who centered his power in the Maison aux Piliers on this spot, eventually renamed the Hotel de Ville. The building came to have a row of busts along the front, celebrating the historical mayors of Paris, who looked out over the Place de Grève and its public executions. The interior was consumed in flames during the insurrection of 871, and the building was completely restored afterwards. It remains the center of Paris municipal government to this day. The Witcher playthrough was on pause this week because Animal Crossing. Did new content launch for Animal Crossing? Or was it just like you were in the mood for the game? Oh, whoops. Gotta synchronize down here. Ah, gotcha, Zomb. That's interesting. I didn't really get to beat Oskio yet. So I didn't know actually that he was that useful in what he drops. But yeah, I guess if you can work out a really good tactic,
What do you want from me?
that could indeed be a nice farm.
I want nothing but to return home to grieve my loss.
Alright. Almost there. The random dude just standing on a fence. That way he can see better. Or yes, really big update this week. Ah, gotcha. That's cool. Hope you had fun revisiting Animal Crossing. The Cimetière de Saint-Innocent. Originally the street leading to Saint-Denis, outside the ramparts of the Roman capital, which mainly occupied the left bank, served as the city's cemetery. Just to say, you're about to read my favorite historical nickname of all time. Louis VI the Fat, who had already overseen the construction of Le Hall, had Saint-Innocent built in 1130. Its cemetery would become the cemetery of all the churches of Paris, which made for an unprecedented concentration of dead bodies. A plague epidemic could bring about thousands of deaths in the space of just a few weeks. In the 1400s, improvements were made, partly paid for and designed by Nicolas Flamel. The whole was overseen by a macabre mural of a dance of death. Just prior to the revolution, the bodies were disinterred and moved to the catacombs beneath Paris. Nicolas Flamel. Some people might recognize the name from the Harry Potter movies. The alchemist who created the Philosopher's Stone. Le Havre. Yet another city within the city, Le Havre was appropriately known as the Belly of Paris, since this is where Parisians bought their groceries each morning. There's a fat French bloke downstairs we call the Belly of Paris too. Before becoming a market, it was an expanse of little fields, confirmed by the names of two streets, Rue de Petit Champ and Rue de la Croix de Petit Champ. The market operated up until 1866, when architect Victor Beitin completed his massive glass and iron market pavilions after 12 years of work. It was a model that all of Europe would imitate, and it wasn't until the 1970s it finally pulled down and replaced by the present-day concrete jungle, over which a huge glass canopy was recently installed. Every time I read a landmark's description, you can't help but wonder if I want to dethrone David Attenborough. I could never. That is Maxi's job, to replace David Attenborough. But who knows, maybe when I'm like 80 and my voice sounds different. Reverse aura, take your time. Oh damn, zombie, yeah, that sounds tricky. But at least you can do something about, you know, your whole party being wiped. At least there's like a counterplay. The Église Saint... okay, I have no idea how to pronounce that, honestly. The second biggest church in Paris is situated at the center of Le Havre, started out as a modest chapel dedicated to Saint Agnes, a Roman martyr. Later, relics of Saint whatsoever were brought to the church, and that saint, whose symbol is a large stag deer overseen by a cross, became the church's namesake. With the development of a central market of Le Havre, the parish church became too small. The current church took 105 years to construct, from 1532 to 1637. Its Gothic structure and Renaissance detail, to say nothing of its dimensions, make it a surprising edifice. Moreover, it curves to the north, since it was built along the line formed by the Rue Trainy-Rambuteau, since no one wanted to expropriate the shopkeepers who were installed there. It is missing its southernmost tower. Alright. That's the social club we're looking for.
Who needs to pay me my take? That tears it. I'll report you!
Yeah, gradient attacks can definitely be quite different from regular attacks to parry. But I like the payback you're getting for being successful with him.
I'll squash you like the bloody maggot you are!
Bonjour, monsieur.
Alright, and that's gonna be our first social club mission. Let them eat hay. Break into the food hoarder's warehouse and open it to all. It is well known that Intendant Foyor is hoarding foodstuffs and selling them at exorbitant rates. We have discovered one of his warehouses in Le Hall. Eliminate the hoarders, open the warehouse, and give the people access to the food. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, Zomb. Like, not too bad to be able to get like 6 runs in an hour.
I've managed to save a few coins for food.
Sorry, I have no food. None.
I just saw sacks of flour and grain.
That's been already claimed. Not for the public. Move along, please.
Oh nice, I got some allies here. That's cool. So we can storm this together actually. Oh, come on guys. Let her through.
Oh shit.
So they're gonna help me if I get the guards over here, but they're also being blocked somehow. Like, they're supposed to already storm in here, I think.
Ah no.
Are they not?
Citizen, I have not eaten in 5 days.
If you're so hungry, go eat hay.
We're left to starve.
If you're so hungry, go eat hay.
You who have so much can allow us a few carrots.
Shut up, or you'll be eaten.
Bien, je ne sais pas trop quoi en penser.
L'empereur sera bientôt venu.
I cannot feed my children. We know you have it.
I will
pray for you if only you give me a turnip.
Let's get on my way. Was a dialogue above the grain foreshadowing forward story mission with Marie something, the blonde Templars. It's definitely connected to it, yes, because the Templars are partially responsible for holding back the food, according to the story. In this case, it's more like historically connected to the food shortages that kind of like kickstarted early events of the French Revolution. But yeah, one of the co-op missions that also focuses on food shortages early in the revolution does also feature the Templar and her mother, I think. So it's definitely like lore-wise connected. I can't actually open doors yet, so that doesn't work. That works. Let them eat hay. Joseph Foillon de Douai. Considered clever but harsh, the staunchy conservative intendant of finances would be one of the first victims of a populace venting fury over lack of food and high taxes. Just before the fall of the Bastille, he had the misfortune of replacing Jacques Necker, who was lauded as the savior of France by the starving masses, who knew only that under Necker taxes were lower. In the popular imagination, Foillon, along with his son-in-law, Berthier de Sauvigny, bore some responsibility for the food shortages that plagued the nation throughout the period. By legend, he had said during an early famine, "If they're so hungry, they can graze on hay." Foillon met an unpleasant end. Taken from his refuge on the countryside, he was marched barefoot to Paris, whipped with nettles, made to carry a bundle of hay, and given only peppered vinegar to drink. After several attempted hangings, he was beheaded and his head paraded in the streets on the end of a pike. Jesus. That's a French Revolution for you. They didn't fuck around. Hello there, not Kalila. Welcome in. Yeah, the game's graphics are really, really good. Hold up so well, like the game being over 10 years old now, you wouldn't really think it necessarily when, you know, watching it nowadays. But yeah, great looking game. That is true, yeah, there are quite a few bugs that never have been fully resolved. We already ran into quite a few of them today. But you can't help but still love the game. Of course, there's lots of things about it that other games didn't really manage to replicate on the same level.
Make this easier on yourself. Tell.
Appelez la garde! Il y a un meurtrier en liberté! Ça sent les ennuis.
Bugs in AC Unity? No way. Yeah, never. That's a lie. Ah, gotcha, Zomb. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad actually. 2.4 million XP. When I wanted to level some characters into like the late 90s, I ended up going to a merchant in Renoir's draft. Because it was like a relatively quick and easy fight and awarded some pretty decent XP at least. I'm not sure how much exactly. Because it's been a while since I've done it, but yeah, that was kind of like my XP farm. Sometimes you were stuck inside the wall while you were hiding from Templar. Just don't click too fast, like almost the same with what you want to do. That's true, yeah, it's often most responsive sometimes. Like sometimes you're pressing and nothing happens, for example, you know. When you're kind of like trying to cover. I definitely have also had that situation happening of like being stuck in a wall. Okay, so we're gonna do the next social club mission here. Cat food on a hot tin roof. Also, thank you for a follow. Thank you, I appreciate that. As a last desperate attempt to move foodstuffs to his warehouses, Fouillon is transporting crates of flour across the rooftops of Paris near the Hotel de Ville. Intercept them and eliminate the workers.
You rave me like a madman! I'll pay you nothing, money!
Oh, nice. An initial chest. Oh, I didn't like that. Nice. Managed to do a lift kill there. It's quite cool that you actually get creep points for that. But yeah, if you kind of like wait until they're about to attack you and then use the lift, then you can easily kill them. It's definitely a nice zomb, you know, having like certain spots that are kind of like very good to farm XP if you want it. I never really had to farm for XP until like the very late game though. I just ended up like leveling naturally by doing content. But yeah, by the end I definitely had to go a bit out of my way to get that extra XP. Ah, did you aura? Interesting. So which outcome did you get with a Bloody Baron quest? That's a really interesting one in terms of like how things can go and how like seemingly little decisions can really add up to a certain outcome. The Tour Saint-Jacques. When the Church of Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie was torn down, it was decided to preserve one of its flamboyant towers, built under the reign of Francis I, now known as the Tour de Saint-Jacques. There are no ornamental decorations around its base, since it was formerly inside the nave and therefore not visible. The original church was a starting point for the religious pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela. The alchemist Nicolas Flamel was originally buried under the floor of the church. The remaining tower is also a monument to science, since this is where the mathematician and inventor Blaise Pascal conducted experiments concerning atmospheric pressure in 1648.
You think you can outrun me?
Signifie tout ça?
Or you freed the tree spirit instead of killing it, so the orphans are alive, but Anna turned into Waterhag and died when we broke the curse, so the Baron hung himself and Johnny got booted out of his home. Honestly, the Baron is a piece of shit, so whatever, but you feel bad for Johnny losing his hidey hole. But Garrett seems to feel bad about the Baron. I think that might have been my first outcome for that questline when I played the game for the first time. The Baron definitely hung himself, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that she did turn. But I kind of like wanted to save the kids, I guess, as well. But yeah, that is an unfortunate turn of events.
Where's my goddamn money?
Cette personne a été tuée! Au secours!
Did you say something to me? Because if you did... me to find a nice convenient lamppost? Up like sausages. Royalists! There's no way out, mate! Make you pay! Get in!
Of like my early sword. Also, what is that dude doing in the war? Do you see that face there? He's like watching the action. What the fuck? Was interesting. Say the least. Jesus Christ. What the f... Dude, that guy was like... Was he level 5? So I'm like level 1 gear. Like most basic stuff. Fucking hell. I have to redo the entire thing. I guess for all like level 5 targets, I just didn't notice that because I killed them all stealthily so far.
Why the rush? I'd love to kick the shit out of your bony arse. Halt! Hold, you damn mongrel!
This game today. Oh dear. But yeah, that can be the tricky thing sometimes, or the challenging thing about playing games in historic order. Because it means you sometimes end up doing more difficult targets quite early on. Or potentially even doing like a 5-star difficulty mission when you don't have that many resources yet. But yeah, that's our second social club mission done. You heard that the Psychonin should be saved to Escape could fly due to being underleveled, so you didn't veer off from the main story until the next missions was to go after the Exons, and by then you really needed to farm. That makes sense, yeah, if you're just like, you know, really focusing on main story content. Or you'd never seen the conclusion before, so you decided to go for it. You turned the botchling into a blubberkin, so now you guess that Spirit is going to wander aimlessly since the Baron is gone, you don't know. Yeah, it's really impressive, though, you know, how many things come together to kind of like get you one of the endings. Like every time I play that, I'm also conflicted and not quite exactly sure what's gonna happen by the end. Depending on the decisions I've made. Because I like never look that up really. Like which exact decision leads to what outcome. But yeah, great storyline no matter the outcome. Not the guy cowering through the roof. Yeah. It was having the best place to watch there.
C'est à toi que je parle. Veux-tu connaître la vérité sur les derniers événements parisiens? Mais si tu veux, tu me laisses juste temps.
Oh nice, that's some really good damage there, Zomb. But yeah, that's also been like my plan basically to deal with like Simon. Get my ultimate virtuous stance and then, you know, set up Gommage. That's like a good amount of damage to say the least. But if you're hitting that much damage with my already, I think Simon shouldn't be much of an issue for you. Alright, so we are at 7% total sync. We haven't done like a huge amount of missions today, but that's of course also due to the nature of like reading a lot of the database, especially early on, where everything is new and we come across like, you know, new locations and buildings every other second. I feel like the next stream is probably gonna be similar in terms of like, you know, unlocking a lot of the database, but I'm looking forward to it. And also to get a bit deeper into the side content, which we're gonna focus on more next time. There's another 2 social club missions we have to do in the current district we're in and in the city center. And then we got a bunch of Paris stories and also already the first co-op mission as well. Which is actually the Woman's March. Which is one of the hardest missions to do early on. It's a 5-star mission for 4 players. Yeah, I might need some help for this one. But I would try to do it solo. Mainly so I can actually pause the game and read up on the database whenever something pops up, which does happen during co-op missions. Because if you actually play co-op missions with other together, you can't of course pause the game, which means you don't have time to read up on stuff, and they might already advance the mission to a point where you don't even, you know, have been really part of it, I guess. So I would like to attempt the co-op missions solo first time, but I think this is gonna be the biggest hurdle in the game. Because you have to save your allies Like you have to escort the women, right? And there's like tons of like really high level guards that you have to deal with that are also like shooting and stuff, so I probably have to do a bit of like get some money for some better items, at least like a better weapon. Like that's really something I need so I can at least do enough damage to kill them in time. I do have access already to a bunch of swords here. But we could think about like buying a 5,000 currency weapon. Then we can hack it with, or we can upgrade it, I guess, for some extra damage, and that should be, you know, pretty good to deal with like higher level enemies. But yeah, our defense will absolutely suck for like this early into the game. So it will be interesting. Yeah, that's true, Zomb. Yeah, it does kind of like reset your progress upon entering the second phase there. Kind of making you think that you already beat the boss, when in fact you haven't. Ocelova Shaky, welcome in, dude. Hope you're having a nice day. But yeah, so this is gonna be everything I will be covering for today's stream. I'm kind of glad we didn't have another crash or like major technical issues happening since the stream break. That's good at least. But yeah, we'll do some more investigating though and see if I can, you know, get all of it fixed with Unity and OBS overlays. So we hopefully get that, you know, sorted out for next time. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for joining us today for the continuation of Unity, because technically we already started this, of course, almost 2 months ago. But yeah, now we're of course really getting our teeth into Unity with the next couple of weeks here, and really focus on the French Revolution. No worries of a stream, Aura. Thank you for being here, and thank you to Zomb for joining as well. And everyone who's been here as well today, thank you so much. Also Rod again, thank you for the raid earlier. And also for the resub, as well as Amita and Aura, thank you also for the resubs. And yeah, thank you everyone for being in chat, or if you've just been lurking, thank you as well for that. Hope you enjoyed the next part of the historical project. And yeah, we're gonna be back soon. Not tomorrow though, because I will be gone over the entire day, but probably on Sunday with the continuation here. We're gonna go and raid over to Schiller, who's playing some Witcher 3 today. No worries, thanks for the stream. Thank you also so much for being here and for joining. Hope you have a good rest of your day. If you want to join us with a raid over to Schiller, then feel free to copy and paste these raid emotes. And yeah, I will see you next time with more of Arno's adventures in Paris. Until next time.